to the new thing isn't global warming or isn't Ukraine or isn't COVID. Now it's the Muslims. And I don't like a lot of the stuff Israel's doing. I think they stood down. I think it was a false flag. I mean, I think real Islamicists attacked, but it was clearly money Biden sent. But what's the larger picture here with Harvard and the big universities endorsing this? We got a lot to talk about in the 45 minutes or so we've got him. And I'm going to cover some more news after he leaves us in this hour before the next guest joins us. But clearly we said another big war is coming. That's going to be the distraction from the COVID deaths, all the rest of it. And now they're trying to trigger a holy war. Obviously, you get boosted big on Twitter and everywhere else, Hotep, where you're already reaching millions a day if you got on the bandwagon. But clearly the establishment is trying to create some type of clash of civilizations here. Hotep Jesus, thank you for joining us, hotepjesus.com. And the people can also find you at Hotep Jesus on Twitter and menofhonor.com. So, Hotep, thank you so much for coming on with us.
Oh, absolute pleasure, Alex. So, yeah, so your take on Israel is pretty much similar to my take. Obviously, the timing is convenient. We have election season now here, a.k.a. grifting season. Nikki Haley has proven to be a supreme grifter herself after her comments on Fox last night. But what's the bigger story here? Well, first of all, the next distraction is to create something domestically, right? Create some sort of event domestically. Now, it's been happening in spurts here and there. You have protesters clashing. You have Grand Central Station being attacked.
Yeah, I can try to get that handled for you. Again, it's only my second day, so if you can give me a second. How am I supposed to do this? How the hell are we supposed to do this by 5 o'clock?
I have no clue.
Is that possible? Hey, do you have the password to... How'd you finish all your work already?
He's not tapped in. How'd you get that done so quick?
They think they're gonna be able to budget that?
It's money. That's money right there, you understand? You guys finished your work 6 hours early?
He's not tapped in.
The views expressed by guests are their own, and their appearance on the program does not imply an endorsement of them or any entity they represent. Views and opinions expressed by Hotep Jesus are those of Hotep Jesus's and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Hotep Nation or any of its officials. If you have any questions about this disclaimer, please contact our Office of General Counsel via the sheet of account. And Hotep and them.
It's debate day. It's about to go up. Hotep Jesus versus Moe Factz. I hope y'all ready. The Grift Report starts right now.
2, 1, boom. Hotep Jesus.
Of all the Jesuses I know, he's the Hotepiest. Social scientist and YouTube host, Hotep Jesus.
How the fuck do you get a name like Hotep Jesus?
The one and only Hotep Jesus.
Ryan Sharp, better known to the world as Hotep Jesus.
Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Somebody said, what do you think you are, some kind of Hotep Jesus?
Ooh,
and
that's
I was
good.
Just like, ooh, that's sexy. Yes, I do think I'm Hotep Jesus.
What's up, people? Welcome to the Grift Report, live Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. I'm your host, the Grift God.
Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Oh, this a real Hotep brother.
Hotep to the chat. Hotep to the Hotepistanis.
Hotep.
What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling? See y'all in the chat. AK, what up? Steph, what up? Justine, Zanthoven, Dre, what up? Strong Dad in the chat. What's happening, y'all? Jay Pylon, I see you. Haram Life, I see you. Protocol, I see you. And Narc Canuck, I see you. It's about to get spicy. It's about to get real spicy. Before we get into that, look around, buy something. menoforder.com, go get you some flow. It's going to get you in a flow state. That's our cognition. That's our brain supplement. And or get you some of this Apex. You know what I mean? That's for your testosterone. That's for your manliness. You know what I'm saying? Apex right now is the lowest price it's ever going to be. Go get it. It's like, I did the calculation. It's technically 68 point something % off. The sale ends soon. Get grandfathered in so you're not buying it later at a higher price. Go get your monthly supply. Become a member of menoforder.com. With that being said, shout out to my sponsor, Syscoin, a leader in cryptocurrency technology. Big announcement coming soon. If you want more details on that, join the Telegram link in the description box below for all that big brain content. With that being said, let's let Moe Factz in the building. Moe Factz. What up?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
How my mic sounding?
Sounds wonderful.
Cause I know you like to give me a bad mic. Now I'm messing with you.
You starting early. Hold on. Let me fix our screens here.
Okay.
Let's close that. Let's do this. All right. Actually, let's do it like this. Hold on. Let's do it like this. Whoops. All right. Let me see. Hold on. How does that look? Oh, let me fix it a little bit. Fix it a little bit here. Let's close that in there. Let's drop this down here. Beautiful. Wonderful. Moe Factz is in the house. Today we're having a debate on the African diaspora. What is the best doctrine for them? Should they unite with people in foreign countries like Africa? Are we African, et cetera, et cetera? We're going to open the debate up first with, hold on, I need a coin flipper. We got to do a coin flipper to see who goes first. And I want to do this like right on screen. Here we go. We're gonna hold on, people. Hold on. I'm gonna do a 60-second open, 60-second introduction. Here we go. We got the Heads or Tail app. Moe Factz, heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads. We're gonna hit it now. Heads it is.
I defer.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, I defer.
It's a bad idea.
I'm a black piece. I'm a black piece player.
That's a bad idea because Hotep Jesus loves going first.
Shouts out to E-Class.
So, first things first. I want to tell you the design of my annihilation of Moe Factz today. And for two things we're going to prove today. One, how his doctrine is feminine. Two, how it's myopic. And actually, I have a third, how it's actually destructive towards all black people across the globe. First things first, it's very feminine. Why? Because it takes the posture of a victim and not a victor. That doesn't need to be explained to this audience here. You guys all understand this concept. But anybody who's a Hotep or Hotepistani understands that we stand on victory. We stand on masculinity. We stand on fighting. We stand on building. We're not concerned with other people. We're concerned with ourselves. Second point I said is your stance is myopic at best. Why do I say that? Because you have a preoccupation with this thing called white supremacy. And unfortunately, it's a bit short-sighted, sir. And why is this short-sighted?
It's to say that the only people that exist on the planet are black and white people. Meanwhile, the white man getting his ass kicked by China and other foreign countries, especially when you look at education rates, especially when you look at the separation between the white man and the Jewish man. Here in the United States, single Nigerian males out-earn black men. I guess that is white supremacy. The Asian comes here and out-earns white men. I guess that's white supremacy. Lastly, I'm going to say it's destructive because it does not bring unity. It brings about division, just like the National Security Council, in conjunction with the CIA, had planned for black people of the diaspora and the black African that they should not unite. And I digress.
All right, so I'm going to start at the end of what you said, and you said it's myopic. From the teachings of Neely Fuller Jr., there's only 3 groups of people on the face of this earth. There's white people, white supremacists, and non-white people. That's it in the system. That is it. And to prove that,
can you repeat that one more time? How many? What are the groups?
There's white supremacists, white people, and non-white people. That's it. And to prove that, you got to look back at the creation of this nation. You got to look at Abraham Lincoln. He said this nation was created by white men, for white men. And then you cherry pick the Nigerian male, the Asian man. That's racial showcasing. The system of white supremacy understands it has to show the world wins so people don't pick up on what's going on. So you highlight Nigerians in America, but notice you don't talk about Nigerians in Nigeria. The Nigerians in America, for the most part, are nothing but the same as the black American boule. They're cherry picked, they're vetted, and then they're given positions of power and elevated in the same way that there's certain white people that are used as white sacrifice. And they're saying, look, white people suffer too. Look at that white homeless man over there. Look how bad he got it. It can't be a system of white supremacy. But if you look at the world, there's only those 3 groups. And every time one of those groups start to raise up, white supremacy has to let them know what it is and how it's going to be done. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, that was cute. You know, this is what I'm saying. This is what makes this doctrine so terrible. Listen to what you said.
Mm-hmm.
You said it's 3 groups of people. Shout out to Neely Fuller. But I got to tell you, man, like, there's a lot of great things our ancestors have done, a lot of great things they've said, and a lot of great work they've put out. But just because they dead don't make them flawless. Man is very flawed.
He's not dead.
Okay, just because he's a great doesn't make him flawed. I mean, not flawed. The man is flawed. That's just, you know, and it's like the people of the past have this preoccupation with white people. And when they do this, they come off as race hustlers. We was talking about this last night of race hustlers. Okay? And anybody who comes around and talks about white this, white that, white this, white that, must be labeled a race hustler. Sorry, Neely Fuller. Dead or alive, that's a flawed concept. Everybody knows.
Can I jump in right there?
Everybody knows.
Quick?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Everybody knows there's 2 people, 2 different types of groups on this planet. Good people and bad people. Good versus evil. Now, here you said there's this concept of white supremacy. Then you bring up this doctrine of 3 different types of people, which not only affirms white supremacy, but exalts white people, centers white people. How do you have 3 different groups of people on the planet and all of them are in juxtaposition to white people? You got a white supremacist, you got white people and non-white people. So you don't even have your own identity without white people?
No. What you have to understand is white supremacy is the operating system that this world runs by. And I'm going to point to your words, first of all, because you called me an agent of white supremacy. How can I be an agent of something that doesn't exist? Your words. 2, in the document that you presented, the National Security Council, whatever, what was it, NSC 46, it goes on to tell you their whole purpose of doing this, taking this action, is to further, it says on the political point 1, it says our policy towards the white regime. And then they go on to say Western nations. Then they go on to say, so all of this is saying we can't let those black people in America link up with the black people in Africa because this is detrimental to the system of white supremacy. This is what this whole document is saying.
It says the term white supremacy?
No, what they like to use is different words like Western. They use Western culture. They use the white regime. See, just because I'm straight. See, the reason why it frustrates people when I use the word white supremacy is because it's effective. It calls it what it is. It's the mentality of the people that rule this world. They believe that white people are supreme. I don't believe this. I'm operating in a system that they created and they maintain through violence and force, through chicanery, through manipulation, and all other tactics. So with your good and bad, you do have some valid point there. But what you have to understand, you have to identify a system first before you can even begin to interact and counteract it. What I am is I'm not a black supremacist. I'm a counter-racist. I am countering the system of white supremacy through my independent actions. So I don't understand how you can sit here and accuse me of working with the CIA and this whole big conspiracy. Who's running the conspiracy, Hotep Jesus? Answer the question.
You said you're a counter-racist?
Yes.
All right, if there was no racism, what would you be?
What do you mean?
Everything about you identifies yourself to something white people do. So what's your identity without white people? You don't have one.
What do you mean I don't have an identity?
If you just said you're a counter-racist.
Yes.
If there was no racism, what would you be?
I don't know, because we haven't lived in that world. We haven't lived in that world. And you know it yourself. Look, you're laughing because you know it yourself that the #1 job is to erase our history. You're big on that.
So you have no identity.
They stole it.
The white man stole your identity.
Do you have one?
Yeah, I do. It's called Hotep. Shout out to all the Hoteps.
So you created an identity.
HotepJesus.com.
No, I didn't create an identity. The identity was created before I got here.
By who?
What do you mean by who? By the ancestors.
They called themselves Hoteps.
Hoteps goes back to an argument in the 70s. Absolutely. Yeah.
So I should call myself Hotep and not African, which you browbeat
me
to call myself African.
Not with your doctrine, you shouldn't.
No.
If you're going to run around talking about white people this, white people that, you definitely should not call yourself Hotep. We don't do that.
Don't you call yourself American?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's what my passports say.
Given to you by who?
The United States government.
And it says where you can go, when you can go, how long you can stay, when you can come back. You're living in a fantasy land not to say that there's some not overruled. And you like to say the bankers, the Masons. You love to use all these different terms, but I'm straight to the point with it. This whole system is set up to maintain white supremacy. And what that is we know, their words, we know how the world needs to run, and we run it the best. And this starts back in 1493 when they said, I love when you roll your eyes like that, because you know I came with the receipts, bro. You know what I came with the receipts. If you go back to 1493, which coincidentally is right after 1492, when the church says any place that's not occupied by Europeans is free game. That's where manifest destiny come from. This is where the whole American ideal, the American being the new Zion, all that stems from. That's white supremacy, sir. And you yourself, all your elders, all your elders that you look up to, Van Sertima, Dr. Henry Clark, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all of them will agree with me that a system of white supremacy exists. You're on the wrong side of history.
Nah, I just know where the motherfuckers went wrong. And that's why they weren't effective. Don't forget, Dr. Ben died broke. Shout out to Dr. Ben. And I don't want to diss my ancestors, but these niggas died broke. I'm not going to die broke. Also, this is the huge problem with the black community. What we do is we get caught in these loops, right? So you have something called a civil rights movement, and then you have problems of your age, which is, several decades later, and you want to solve your new problems with the old solutions. Keep in mind, those old solutions were astroturfed by white organizations like the NAACP. When NAACP goes down south to present their mission to black people said, we want fair representation for our tax dollars. The NAACP says, well, we're pushing for integration. And the black people down south go, we don't want to be in white schools. We got our own schools. We just want representation of our tax dollars. NAACP was a psyop to create integration, which was disintegration of black culture and black society. You fast forward now and people are talking about DEI, an anagram for die, D-I-E. And what they're talking about is diversity, equity, inclusion, and including themselves. This is another form of integration, which is disintegration of black culture, black people, and black society. So what you do is you get stuck in this loop. You listening to old niggas, but you're not updating the program. See, Hotep Jesus is different, and I'm powerful because I update the program. I look at what our ancestors did. I take what's useful and I dump the rest. So if John Henrik Clarke is going to teach me about the history of African people, if Ivan Van Sertima is going to teach me about the history of African people, I'm going to take that. Now, their ideas, their philosophy, their thoughts and opinions based upon those facts, I believe are flawed. And if I had to debate them today, I would destroy them like I'm destroying you right now. Because the problem is it's the philosophy of the mindset of people. What you got to do is when you update that program, you got to dismiss certain things. And I know they had blind. The difference is, I think what our ancestors did, they didn't have the advantage of the internet like I had. I had the advantage of the internet. So I was able to look and prod and get anecdotal evidence and empirical evidence to come up to my own conclusions and decide what is the proper way forward for black people. And one thing I noticed was the biggest blind spot for black people is white people. What you did was you allowed the powers that be tell you that the white man was your sworn enemy. When the truth of the matter is, just like John Henrik Clarke said, we have no friends. All these people are our enemies. So that's your first flaw. John Henrik Clarke taught us that all these people are our enemies. I don't know who created this concept of white supremacy, but if you listen to KRS-One, it tell you ain't no such thing as white supremacy, which brings me back to the previous point that you made when I said white supremacy does not exist, and then you try to twist my argument. Well, that's called using somebody else's words against them, and you can't see that because you don't know how to verbally and mentally shadow box, and that's not my fault, but I'm gonna help you today. Just because I use your words is not an indictment on my doctrine, it's an indictment on your doctrine, and what I'm doing is I'm using your own words against you. You wanna know nothing about that. See, what you gotta do is you gotta think past third grade. Once you think past third grade, then you rise to the level of a Hotep. I digress.
So you like to use all these cute words, Masonic, the crown, whatever else. I'm straight to the point with it. What is it? It's white supremacy. It's always going to be white supremacy until the system has been dismantled. Now, when you look at the crown, as you call it, these are your words. When you look at the crown, what is the crown based off of? Hereditary. Right? It's bloodline passed down from one bloodline to the next bloodline to the next bloodline. All they did was when they took over the new world and they had their fighting, you had all the European nations dividing up. You had France, you had Britain, you had all these different nations trying to divide the new world up. Once they figured out who was going to be top dog, they said we need to have an operating system so we can be on code with each other because we're outnumbered. See, one thing you lack to understand is the white man is outnumbered on this earth. That's what keeps him on code. That's why whenever they go somewhere, it could be American anywhere on this face of this earth or a white person on the face of this earth. And if they're in trouble, they're coming to their aid. Here comes the cavalry. I know that upsets you because you want to have this false sense of pride and hubris that you have it all figured out, but I'm okay with saying I don't have it all figured out. and I'm trying to figure out who has the foot on my neck. Now, you can sit here and say that you can laugh, and I know it feels good to do that, but at the end of the day, we got to come back to being serious. Because if your document that you submitted to me, if a system, whatever you want to call it, didn't exist, it would be no need for this document that was written. And the real problem, let's get to the real root of the problem here. The real root of the problem is immigrants are mad at native-born Black Americans for saying we want to hold our domestic policies to ourselves. What that does is that cuts all of the entitlement programs like affirmative action, all those things that Black immigrants have come over here and taken advantage of and left us at the bottom and then want to look down on us after they do that. That shuts the door on that. You got to remember in 1965, we were the one that fought to open the door to let immigrants come here. And now you see yourself, that has not been beneficial to them, to the native Black American. Even you said yourself on Joe Rogan show, we were here when they showed up. You feel what I'm saying? So why is it that we can't have our own national policies, domestic government domestic politics to say, you know what, maybe we need to close the door. Maybe we need to make sure things are lineage based and not race based to make sure the people that they're entitled to get them. That's your frustration and the people of your ilk. Because y'all been eating off our food. Y'all been eating off y'all plate and then want to look down on us and say facts like you say, the Nigerians. See, I'm not going to be disrespectful to the people you're saying of Africa, but why is it Nigerians still swimming around in shitty water right now if they got so much great minds and scholars? Why is that? Why is it in Sierra Leone, if this is all about the ancestors, they're smoking their ancestors' bones, which is called Kush, which is a mixture of weed, fentanyl, and other drugs, formaldehyde, everything else. Why is it that Kenyans are going down to Haiti to kill other Black men at the behest of white supremacy if this system didn't work? I have asked you questions, brother. Now you answer them.
Which question you want me to answer? Because all of them are flawed.
Pick one.
They're flawed. I can't answer a flawed question.
Let's go to first. If the Nigerians en masse are so much smarter than the Black Americans, what is it, like 30,000 Nigerians?
I never
America?
said they're smarter than the Black Americans.
Greater earners.
Who said that?
What I'm doing,
I said they out-earn white men. Single Nigerian men out-earn white men in America. That's what I said.
Okay, how do you
and then
out-earn?
Then in your head, it translates to the Nigerians smarter than Black people. How do you even get there?
Hold on. If you're saying the system is, if you're saying the system is fair and it's smarter,
I never said the system was fair. Why are you gaslighting?
No, hold on. What is this system then? If it's not fair, is it fair or not fair? It's not fair, or is it fair? Let's just take it little baby steps at a time. Is this system, first of all, do we live in a system, or is this all random?
It's a system.
Okay. Who controls the system?
Who controls the system? That's a good question. It depends on who you ask, right? So if we ask Alex Jones, he's going to say the globalist elite. If we ask David Icke, he's going to say lizard men. If you ask me, I'm going to say it's a combination of Zionists, Freemason, Babylonian, Molochians, the Vatican, and the British Crown. It's like a round table. Also at this table is also China. China also controls a lot of the U.S. and U.S. policy as well, just by their own trade. The fact that, we get everything from them.
Okay, so when you look around this table, what are common about all these people you listed?
I don't know. What are you going to say? They're white?
Their appearance. Yes, the genetics.
Okay, they're white.
And here's the thing. This conversation started long before, with your CIA statement. This started when you said yourself that we, foundational Black Americans, ADOS, whatever you want to call us, are watered down.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did.
I said some of y'all are watered down.
Okay, some of
y'all are watered down.
Watered down with what?
I included myself.
Watered down with what?
with whiteness.
Okay, so exactly.
What else can you water it down with?
Hold on. So what I'm saying is this. This is why I'm going back to what the root problem is.
You can't win a debate asking rhetorical questions, Moe Factz. Ask a good question. You've asked me 5 rhetorical questions. I'm going to ask a question now. You keep asking me rhetorical questions. In every question you asked, a child can answer.
No, what I'm saying
is ask me a real man's question. Let's get into the philosophical debate. I'm gonna turn it over to you now. I got some motherfucking questions. Are you ready?
Let me finish my point, and then you can take over. The point I was making with all those so-called rhetorical questions is that there is a black-white paradigm there. The fact that you can say he's watered down, she's watered down, these people around this table are white, who's not at the table, black people. So what I'm doing is I'm laying the foundation of the system of white supremacy on an elementary level so you can understand, but go
on. Where does white supremacy live? What country is it based out of? Where do they operate out of?
Well, if you look, they have outposts in Australia. They have outposts in South Africa. They have
Where's this centralized at? Where's the head of this?
The head of this is in Britain.
Britain,
it's the crown. Yes.
Okay. Why did Europe fight several world wars and European wars? Polish. You got the Polish War. You got the Bolshevik Revolution. Why did all these things happen?
Why do all these things
happen? If it's white supremacy, why aren't they all on the same page? Why did they fight all these different world wars?
If you look at this country now, look at the Republicans and Democrats. They have a vision. One side has a vision. The other side has a vision of how they want to move forward. And we had this conversation before. The way Hitler was moving, they said we can't do that. So you got to understand this world is ran by their political system is Fabian socialism. If it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, that's fine. But we can't force ourselves 2 steps forward, because what that does is that brings it to the forefront.
You said their system's called what?
Fabian socialism. That's the political system.
So that's a white supremacist system.
But
it's called Fabian socialism.
Yes,
let's bookmark that, because that's very real. Now,
okay.
I'll agree that there is a system of Fabian socialism.
Right. And the opposite of that, and
that's
the opposite
very
of that
real.
Was fascism. And the opposite of that, because you asked why they fought the war, the opposite of that was fascism. You know what I'm saying? By the boot and the gun. You know what I'm saying? So you have these two sides.
True. That's not true.
What's that?
That's historically illiterate.
What's not true?
And even how you started, when I asked you a very specific question about why these world wars were started, you deferred to the present. You gave me no evidence of that time period, which lets me know you have not studied white people.
I gave you an example.
You have not studied European history, Moe Factz. Tell me why the world wars were started, Moe Factz.
I gave you an example of why it was started.
You gave me an example. You didn't tell me why the world wars were started. You didn't tell me why all these European nations, and it's not 2 factions. There were several world wars. There were several sides. There were several countries that were all fighting for different causes. Why?
Why
did Germany turn their back on Russia?
They're all fighting for one cause. That's where you got it twisted. Just like with America, that's why I keep going back to...
They fought each other for one cause?
No, all these groups have one cause, right?
What's the cause?
Just like in America, the furtherance of the system of white supremacy. That's it. Now, like I said, you can make this a serious and non-serious conversation.
You still ain't answering my question. Why did they fight?
Because they had an ideology difference on how to move the system forward.
False.
Like I said, you asked me a question. I'm going to ask you how I'm saying. You're going to let me finish, or you're going to say false?
Go ahead.
Just like with America, you keep saying with Germany and all this, Germany looked at America and saw where America was going with eugenics and all the scientific advancements of furthering race and racism, and they had had a wet dream. So they imported that system, and then, once they imported that system, it got out of control because Hitler was like, no, we're going to do this by force. That the white supremacists...
Who had the technology? I just want to correct you really fast.
What's that?
Was the technology imported to Germany, or did America import German technology?
No. technology started in Germany. I'm talking about the ideology. I'm talking about the ideology.
Now we get into the truth. Continue.
Right. I'm saying the ideology.
I just want to make sure you correct yourself.
Right. I'm saying the ideology of racism was an American idea, and it was brought to Germany.
You just contradicted yourself because earlier in the conversation you said that racism came out of the Vatican. It came out of the Pope. Now you're saying it came out of America. You said it started in 1493. America wasn't existing in 1493, so you contradicted yourself again.
I'm not contradicting
I'm very
myself.
sharp. I'm on flow. Menavoided.com. Go get you some.
I am not contradicting myself. What I'm saying is,
you said the ideology of racism came out of the United States, but you started your diatribe in this debate at 1493.
You gonna let me finish the statement or what?
I'm just catching your contradictions.
I'm not. No, what you gotta do is follow the timeline. Britain came to America. They established the colonies.
Britain didn't come to America. Spain and Portugal came to America.
Britain didn't have colonies in America. Britain didn't have colonies in America.
Christ. 1493 is a Spanish Inquisition.
No, what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is what's flawed about y'all. Y'all talk about all this white supremacy shit, and you don't even know how the white man moved. It was Spain and Portugal.
First of all,
it wasn't Britain.
First of all,
Britain don't come till later.
First of all,
1493 expositions come out of the funding of Queen Isabella and the Dutch. Where are we at, Mo? Let's be factual.
First of all, I'm not going to get on screen and argue or get online and argue with you to make it look like two black men arguing. That's what I'm not going to do. So what I did
this is how I debate. I'm from Jersey. This is how we talk. And if you're going to be wild and off base and say that Britain was the ones doing it, I got to factually correct you in the middle of the debate. It came out of Queen Isabella. She the one put the bread up.
Hold on. I think I laid out the timeline originally when I brought up 1493.
Menacia Lopez is another financier.
It's amazing how you
wrote a book on this.
Hold on. It's amazing how you give so much credibility to white historians, but black historians are flawed. You know what I'm saying?
Menacia Lopez is not a historian.
No, what
He's
I'm saying
a financier. I'm not talking about white historians. I'm talking about, first of all, you got to understand, my evidence isn't from historians. My evidence is from empirical evidence, or I'm sorry, primary sources, as in the exact letters written by those people at that time. Christopher Columbus. Who's the other brother? The saint that went down and murdered all those people in South America, the indigenous population. Bartholomew de las Casas. Bartholomew de las Casas, his own letters. I'm not reading white historians. I go straight to the primary sources. I'm Hotep. This is what we do. You flawed again. I just caught you again. You tried to say I was citing white historians, and I'm not citing white historians. I'm citing primary sources of the people at the time. And you said it was out of Britain, but it's the Spanish first.
Which is historians. But hold on.
You're not a historian. This is what the man wrote. That's not a historian. This is his memoir. These are his letters. What are you talking about? How is that a historian?
Hold on. Let's stop right there for a minute, because
let's do scholarship, not scholarship.
What you did was you misrepresented what I said. When I brought up 1493, I said they came here, and then European nations started fighting over America. I listed all the nations that was fighting over it. Who was
fighting over it?
It was Britain, it was France, and it was I believe Portugal. Let me bring up the map of 1800.
Wrong.
Hold on. Let me bring up the map.
I don't understand how people, and this is my issue. The people that run around talk about white supremacy have never studied white supremacy. I have, however, so-called white supremacy.
How can you study something that don't exist? How can you study something that don't exist?
See how you came back and I destroyed that in the beginning? I did was I went and I did the research. Then I published a document called the Patriot Report, Unmasking the Conspiracy of Money and War. I did my scholarship on how the United States came to be through the world banking powers. So I know my history. I know how this nation was built, and how you think the nation was built is coming out of Houghton Mifflin. You're reading Rockefeller education. You don't know a damn thing about European history. So how can you understand a system of white supremacy and you don't understand European history? This is what makes me different from all you guys, because I went and studied Russian history. I went and studied the Bolshevik Revolution. I went and studied World War I, World War II, fractional reserve banking, the inception of fractional reserve banking. And all you guys do is run around and go, look, Democrats and Republicans, white supremacy, this, that, and the third, but you have no concept of European history. How can you understand a white man if you never understood the white man's history? You never researched the white man's history, and I did.
And what'd you come up with? That there's no system of white supremacy. So how well was that education? How all the education you did, you come back and say, all of this I study, all of this history, there's no conspiracy. There's nothing there. It's the Masons or whoever you want to say it is. And like I said, what you like to do is you like to get on and filibuster and do a lot of yelling and a lot of loud talking and stating facts, look at your phone, laugh, all these gaslighting tactics. But what you don't accept of the fact is I laid out a timeline very clearly. I said 1493, the European nations discovered a new land, and then they figured out how we're going to divvy it up and how it was ran. Once that was over,
not the European nations, it was Spain.
Once that was over,
under the crown of Isabella.
I don't care about all your individual
The financier
factoids.
was Manacilla Lopez. I did the history. I know about white people. You don't.
If you don't understand that they have an operating system out of fear, let's go over to Francis Cress Welsing and what it really is rooted in. It's rooted in they're the fact, and this is why Black Americans can understand the plight of the white man, because we are a minority inside in this country, the same way they're a minority in the world. So I can understand where they come from, their logic. I don't state factoids. What I do is I look at the systemic approach. That's why I support the teachings of Neely Fuller, because he looked at racism from a systemic approach. Their fear is if we let natural order take its place, we will be bred out. That's how they look at it. That's why we have to have a system that tips the scale in our favor to ensure that our lineage is just a form of nepotism. That's all it is. Our lineage will be further on and not be eradicated because they're 13, 14% of the population. That's it. If they played on an even playing field with everybody else, then they will end up being wiped out. That's how they look at it. That's what keeps them up at night. That's why they go everywhere. That's why they go every corner of this earth. They go there and they go there with guns and weapons. And like I said, this is not a accusation against white people. That's why I don't use that term. I use the term white supremacists, because not all white people are white supremacists. And to be honest with you, the white people that's not on board with white supremacy is going to get it the worst, because they have the resources to actually change the system. That's why they call them race traitors. And what is the penalty of a traitor? Death. That's the penalty of a traitor. That's why they have these terms. So you can state your facts and all of this. I'm looking at, when you look at
I thought Moe Factz was going to come with the facts.
I always come with the facts. And like
no,
I said,
Hotep Jesus came with the facts.
No, what
and
you
I had
come
to correct you at least 5 times during the debate.
No, you didn't, because what you did was what you always do.
Everybody saw it, yo.
I laid out a timeline of how this happened. And like I said, we can fast forward from that timeline up into the recent history. You have the Cowboys versus the Yankees. I sent you the book. I don't know if you read it or not. That's the whole thing right now in America. You had
who are the original Cowboys?
The original Cowboys are the people that went west in the frontier and established oil. Meat is a big one. That's why meat is under attack.
White folks?
Yes.
Again, factually wrong.
Here you go with the cowboy. I know you're going with the Cowboys. What I'm saying is it's a term called Cowboys and Yankees. That's how they identify their two groups. The Yankees being the people that supported the New England mentality that was pro-Britain, and you had the Cowboys who was pro-American and said the same thing. It's kind of similar to what's going on with Black people in America and people that's not Black Americans. They're saying we have our own thing over here. That's what they said, and they're constantly battling.
You know what
to
the
this
flaw
point.
I found was, I was sitting down and I had ran through like every single video, every single Sonetta video, every Shaka Atmos lecture, every single John Henrik Clarke. I sat through every single lecture 10,000 hours of studies. I picked up every black, pro-black, alternative history book, read it front to back, cited it, wrote essays. And then I realized I had a huge blind spot. I ain't know shit about white people. And that's the flaw I noticed with all of these black scholars. None of them could tell me the details of how white people operated. Nobody could tell me the details of how fractional reserve banking works, how the bankers took power. None of them could tell me about the intricacies of Bolshevism versus Menshevism. None of them. And that's when I was like, I found the flaw. You guys want to study white supremacy, yet you know nothing about European history, and that makes absolutely no sense. If you can't understand or study European history, you could never understand the so-called system of white supremacy. And if you understood or studied European history, you'd understand there's no such thing as white supremacy. There's a fabulous book called The 60 Families. And I know your rebuttal to this would say, well, aren't all 60 families white? Sure, of course you can. The truth of the matter is that 60 families, and this is right around 1920-ish, was the final family comes about. This is the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, the Warburgs, all these rich families. And when you look at somebody like the Rothschild, for instance, this isn't about white supremacy. When you're talking about the Rothschild. Rothschild is a term that means red shield. He saw it on a sign and changed his name, okay? And then he had 5 sons. And he sent each of his 5 sons to 5 different countries. One of them, the most devious one, was Nathan Rothschild. And what they did was they set up a syndicate of, first and foremost, they're known for banking, but that's not what gave them power. The first thing that they're known for is an intelligence network. They set up an intelligence network. The second thing they did was they set up a smuggling network. Because when you have intelligence, you know how to smuggle. Then the banking stuff comes around and becomes more solidified later. The power stood in the hands of the people who had the resources, assets, and controlled the money. Now, what you had was you had an ignorant, and I'm teaching at this point, I'm no longer debating. What you had was you had many different crowns, like William of Orange. Many of these people were illiterate. They couldn't read, and they couldn't read at a high level. These are white people. Then you had the math problem. These people had no concept of math, but there was a type of person that did study math, and many of them came out of the synagogue. And the synagogue preferred to defer to intellectual matters, whilst the white man deferred to violent matters and fun matters and alcohol and things of that nature, while the Jew took on intellectual matters. So the Jew was smarter. So when you had somebody, William of Orange, and his bank account is depleting, he had to defer to a Jew to help him get his finances in order.
And so that's where you confuse.
I'm still talking.
That's where you confuse.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
I'm gonna stop you right there, though.
I'm still talking.
But you're confused.
I'm still talking.
You trump intellectualism.
I'm still
over
talking.
Violence.
I'm still talking.
Well, I'm not.
I didn't give a preference. What I said was,
I'm not to be taught.
I didn't elevate one over the other. I stated a fact. I said one group preferred this and another group preferred that. I never gave them a hierarchical order. You did. Now, fast forward. These people took on banking matters. And what happened was they found out that he who controls the interest rates controls the country, controls the nation, controls the people. So the power started going towards the bankers. And it's the bankers who realized they can enslave the entire population. Now I'm going to ask you this question before I let you speak. Who were the first slaves? What race of people were the first slaves?
You keep asking me who the first is when I can't tell you who the first or nothing is, but because only written history we have is the written history allowed to be kept. So,
All right.
so I'm not.
So
gonna,
I'll
I
answer
don't
the
walk
question
in-
for you.
I don't. You can't answer the
I'll
question.
answer the question for you.
You can't
Some
answer
of the
question.
first documented people to be enslaved were white people.
By whose book?
By whose book?
Yes. What book did you read that in? And who wrote it?
This knowledge is so common.
What
Your
book did
average
you read it in and
individual
who wrote it? Answer
would
the question.
forget where this
Answer the
information came
question.
from.
Who wrote the book?
Who wrote the book that said 2 + 2 = 4? This is how common that knowledge is.
No, it can't. No. History don't work like math. Because I can give you 2 of any object and give you 2 more of any object, and it makes 4. What you're
At
doing,
the
you're
time
spouting
of
off
American slavery, a white man sold at the quarter of the price of a black slave, which showed that white people were being enslaved. The Ottoman Empire had white slaves.
Once again,
Africans had white slaves.
Once again, you want to
One of the
quote
earliest
history
instances of slavery of white people comes about during the Moorish conquest of Spain and Portugal. So now I'm going to ask you my next question, Mo. Before the white man was ruling the world and ruling the earth, who was ruling the earth, Mo, for thousands of years? Was it the African, the white man, or somebody else?
It couldn't have been an African because white man made Africa. Couldn't be African because the term Africa wasn't even created by Africans. See, that's what I'm saying. You use terminology that's not even historically correct. Then you want to quote certain parts of history as
So you want to play semantics?
No, I'm not playing semantics. What
That's
I'm
the
doing,
small brain debate tactic.
What
you
I'm
know who
saying
I'm
is-
talking about.
No, what
black
I'm saying to-
people.
no,
Who
what I'm
ran
saying-
the earth before the white man? Was it black people, white people, or other? Moe Factz.
What I'm saying to you is you can't invalidate what I'm saying as written. That's their history.
So you can't answer the question.
Hold on. By logic, I'm gonna give you a logical answer. Black people had to create it first because quote unquote black people, you can't get white from black. So white people came from us. So by that lot, see, I use logic. I don't use written history to say, oh, this history is true and this history is false. I don't do that. And like I said, it's not fair to host a debate where you're the moderator and the debater, and then you want to filibuster, then you want to teach, then you want to go back to the debate. That's very, you know what I'm saying? That's very I'm not gonna use the word disrespectful because I can't anybody disrespect me but myself. But like I said, it's very just off-putting. Now, like I said, I use logic. And you sit here and say all of this about the banking and all this and all that. Guess what? The person with the gun don't care about no bank, no interest rates or nothing like that. That's why this country spends more than the other 5 countries it is on the quote unquote.
Can you repeat
defense.
that one more time? You said the guy with the gun don't care about the interest rates?
Yes, the guy with the gun don't care about the interest. I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna give you proof. All the debt we owe to China, are they gonna come get it? Are they going to come collect on that debt? No. You know why? Because America has bigger guns than China. See, you're trying to debate with somebody, white supremacists. Debating with white supremacy is like debating with a man with a suicide vest on. They wrapped this whole world in a suicide vest called nuclear weapons. And they said, we can't have it our way. We'll use nuclear weapons. Guess what? When they start losing ground, what's the conversation now? Nuclear warfare, nuclear weapons, nuclear warfare, nuclear weapons. That's how they move. They're not an intellectual people. They're a violent people. White supremacists, not white people. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not lumping all white people in together. And white people have come to realize this. That's why you call the quote unquote red white people. They understand, oh, y'all don't play by the same rules. I think this is what that whataboutism comes from. When the chosen people, the people on the left right now, say something online, they don't get banned. But when a Republican or a conservative say something, they get banned. And they say, that's not fair. That's not fair. That's not right. They're coming to figure out what I've already known and what you're denying, that there is a system that favors white supremacy. And like I said, it's based on the fact that they are the minority of the earth. They understand that. And they have I respect them because I'm the same way. That's why I'm against interracial dating. Why? Because I don't want my people to be bred out. Not the foundation of Black Americans here in America. That's what they're trying to do. They're importing all the other people from other countries here. they're suppressing our birth rates, and then they're taking our best and brightest, and like Umar says, and they're saying, and it's the snow bunny effect. So they're trying to get rid of us, and they're using black immigrants to replace us like they did the $5 Indians. That's exactly what's going on. Like I said, I know that frustrates you. I don't do that. I don't do this factoid histories. What I'm trying to do is solve a problem.
Let's talk about, you brought up China, right?
Yes.
America owes China money?
China holds a lot of America's debt. I'll say it like that.
In the form of what?
And debt notes.
Specifically.
What do you mean specifically?
Specifically, how do they hold these debt notes?
They're
There's
IOU,
a lot of different.
They're IOUs basically.
All right.
America
So the answer is you don't know. It's called Treasury. It's called Treasury bonds.
What I'm saying is
it's called Treasury bonds. They come in 10 years. They come in 5 years. I ask for specificity. How do they work? I'm talking now. I let you talk. I'm talking now.
How do they work?
I'm talking now.
No. How do they work?
I asked you for specificity. You couldn't give me specificity.
How do they
I'm
work?
trying to, and you're talking over me.
Answer my question then. How do they work?
Oh my God. You said the answer to your question already. Then you tried to ask me the question. This is the rhetorical game you play. You said it was debt notes. You said it was debt notes. Then you asked me how it worked. It works off of debt because it's a debt note. I asked you for specificity. What is the debt note?
One person owes the other person, right? That's the end of the day. One person we say, hey, buy our debt, we'll owe you. And is that not how it works? Yes or no? See, what you like to do
That's not how it works.
How does it work then?
Explain
to me how it works. Explain to me how it works.
You've never bought bonds before?
Explain to me how it works.
You never bought bonds before?
Yes, I bought bonds.
So then you know how it works.
It's based off the debt though, right? They package the debt into a bond and say it'll be worth more later if you buy it. It's an IOU basically.
Correct.
It's an IOU.
Yes. But
That's
I asked you
But
I asked you to be specific to expose the fact of your ignorance.
No, I just exposed the fact that you're a
pseudo.
That you're a pseudo-intellectual to say, when I say IOU, no, it's a treasury. When I say isn't a treasury IOU?
I asked for specificity. You couldn't give it to me. You went to IOU.
You.
You went general. You didn't go specific. Now let's dive into the details here. Let's talk about the relationship between America and China. You tried to make the relationship between America and China as this general thing of, why doesn't China come get their money like America owes them money? No, when the bond matures, China gets paid. There's no reason to come cash in. If China wanted to sell their bonds, which they sold billions of last year, they can do that at any time because that's how bonds work. Okay, that's why I asked you for specificity. So they don't have to come over here with guns to sell their treasury bonds. Okay?
No, what I'm saying is when they come to collect.
And you cutting me off again.
No, when they come to collect, if they said today with any debt, we want to collect, what will be the response of America? Violence.
So you want to deal in hypotheticals and not reality?
No. I'm dealing in.
You created a hypothetical scenario and want to debate about a hypothetical scenario that you created. And I'm over here trying to talk about what's actually happening in real life. And you want to talk about some hypothetical dreamland that you just came up with.
No, what I'm saying is
gaslighting, moving the goalposts.
What I'm saying is this is how America's always dealt. It's America's like at a casino.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Go ahead.
All right. So you try to take the relationship between America and China and reduce it to like some false thing like America owes China money, okay? No, they bought a product, and anytime they want to sell that product, they can sell that product. In fact, they can sell that product to another nation, right? That's how the financial system works. This is why I went and studied finance and studied banking so I would understand these things so I wouldn't sound like you. Now, the relationship between America and China follows game theory, specifically Nash's equilibrium, where it doesn't make sense for either side to have aggression. America is just afraid of China as China is of America. This is simple game theory, where you have the fourth quadrant of Nash's equilibrium, where it says it makes sense to do nothing. So the two sides will posture. One navy will make a move, another navy will make a move. But let's put that aside. The reason why China does not need to invade America is because they already have.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
America, if you go look at our products, where do they come from, Mo? Where do we get our products from, Mo? China. China already owns America, Mo. So that's where your argument is flawed. I pass the mic back to you.
And that's where your logic is flawed, because if China owned America, then you would have biolabs, Chinese biolabs built in America, not American biolabs built in China. We outsource our industry. You would have Chinese biolabs in America, not American biolabs in China, if China ran America. See, you have to look at the most.
How does that make sense?
Why, okay, what you mean? How does that make sense?
Why do you?
I'm gonna explain to you. Let me finish.
We invested in the fucking Wuhan lab in China. What do you mean?
That's my point.
Why would it doesn't make sense to have a lab in America? It makes sense to have a lab in a foreign country where regulations are low. America's regulations are too high to have labs if you want to experiment and create deadly viruses. It has nothing to do with whatever you just said. It has to do with the fact that America has a bunch of regulations, and it's easier to do it in China, where there is no minimum wage and there's slave labor and you can do whatever the fuck you want because they're the communists, they're the CCP. That's why the lab's in China. Because they get to call the shots, and America has regulations.
No.
What are you talking
What it
about?
is, it's just like with the industry. We go over to China, we make all these cheap, plastic, harmful, environmental and polluting products in China, like you said, because we don't want that here. In the 1970s, you couldn't even fish in an American river because we were doing all our industry here. The same way with Africa. They offshore all the things that are be harmful to them and their people to other countries, the same way they did with the biolabs. Like I said, maybe my logic is so simple, it's hard to grasp, but it's very simple. If I was the dominant and not the subordinate, I would have my labs in your country. That way, if anything went wrong, it's on your land. And guess what? I can blame you at the end of the day for doing it. It makes complete and total sense. And that's why I said, if the shoe was on the other foot, you would have Chinese labs in America. You would have Chinese ships constantly going up and down the ocean lanes of America, policing. No, it's the other way around. That's why I said, like, it's very simple when you look at it. How can you not see that America is the dominant and China is the subordinate in this situation? And whenever China gets enough of saying, you know what, I'm tired of buying your debt, I'm ready to cash out, I'm ready to leave casino, America say, no, you can't. We're locking the doors. We don't recognize that. And guess what? You want it? Come get it. It's that simple. I don't have to read 1,000 books to understand logic and how it works. The same way when they go to Africa and everywhere else. And just take the whole Gaza Strip and everything like that. When it popped off, you had Israel and Gaza, Palestine, looking both at America and looking like, what are we going to do? How are you going to aid us? Why are these two? They say the Jews run the world. Why are the Jews asking us for help? Why are they asking us to help build their Iron Dome if they run the world? That's not logical sense. See how simple that is? I don't have to be a full intellectual to figure that out. It's that simple. The man with the gun. No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying to you is the people that say that, why are they asking the Europeans for help then? Why are they asking the system of white supremacy for help then? It's simple. It's simple as day. Like I said, it's very logical.
I'm trying to figure out what any of this got to do with white supremacy and the doctrine for black people. Let's get back to that. Let's get back to what's healthy for black people. You know what's healthy for black people? The doctrine of Hotep Nation, the doctrine of Hotep and Build. You see, we diverted from the previous plans. The previous plans were black only, build with just black people. And really what that did was it opened us up to infiltration, as we saw with the Bloods, the Crips, the Black Panther Party, Civil Rights Party, Civil Rights Movement, you know, who was it? Sharpton, he was on the Fed payroll. Your own people going to turn against you. This is how Africa fell. So knowing that, let's put that aside. So now you got to open up your mind and say, well, who do we work with? So you have to be strategic with your allies. So Hotep Nation said, we're no longer going to discriminate based upon race. We're going to discriminate based upon action and ideology, right? So we vet people based upon their actions and what they do, not what they say and not what they look like. So we're able to build such a strong movement called Hotep Nation. This same concept works for black people. The issue is black people are preoccupied with the enemy. So what people say is step one, you have to analyze your enemy. You have to know your enemy, right? Well, we've been analyzing this motherfucker since almost going on 100 years now. How much fucking analysis do you need? How much data do you need to know what the fuck the white man is up to? It's time to move on to step two. If it ain't time to move on to step two, I want to know when the fuck do you plan on moving on to step two? How much more information do you need? Everybody done did a whole diatribe. You got dozens and dozens of leaders talking about the white man. Who's talking about how to build the black nation? Who's teaching people economics? Who's teaching people GDP and GNP? See, when you look at and I said this about critical race theory, I said in order to understand critical race theory, in order to understand black people versus the so-called system of white supremacy, the first thing you got to do is you got to measure the GNP and GDP of the black community or the black nation. If you want to say it's freedmen or FBA, that's fine, but I need you to tell me what's your GNP. I need you to tell me what's your GDP, and then I'll tell you where your people are going. You show me where your money's going, I'll show you where your power is going.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
Also, I want to see the balance between your imports and your exports. What are you bringing in? What kind of goods are you bringing in? What are you doing with them? Are you bringing in raw materials and resources, or are these things already galvanized by somebody else? Where are you in the supply chain? Are you at the end of the supply chain, or are you at the beginning of the supply chain? Do you control the supply chain, or you just in certain parts of the supply chain? These are the things you have to think about from the black community. And I discussed this with you yesterday where I said we have to take a look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where you got food, shelter, water, and air. Where's the black community get their food from? If you're getting your food from the white man, of course you're going to believe in a system of white supremacy. Are you producing your own food? Are you producing your own water? Are you producing your own clothing? And when you produce your own clothing, are you doing this from raw materials? Or are you still purchasing those raw materials from another country? If you get the raw materials and you go up to Canal Street or the fashion district in New York City, are these cloths not already put together? Who runs that industry? China, not the white man. It's China supremacy. And that's what people don't understand. It's China supremacy on this planet, and people just aren't understanding that yet. You know who does understand that? The red whites. They understand very much so about China supremacy. Anyway, coming back to my point about black people. If you really want to help black people, you'll teach them about supply chain. You'll teach them about logistics, and you'll make them aware of, okay, where are we sourcing our stuff? And if we're sourcing it from China, let's make sure that's a temporary thing. Let's figure out how we can source the materials ourselves and then get the weaving machines or whatever to make our own clothes. Okay? Even when you talk about the hair industry, you can open up the beauty supply store all you want. China Man's the one that's going to be bringing your products to you. He owns the whole supply chain. From production of those chemicals to delivery of those chemicals.
Can I jump in right here? Can I jump in right here?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so you brought up black hair. You're talking about bringing in chemicals to fry our hair to give us cancer and fry. No, listen to what I'm saying. Exactly. He walks away. This is what I'm saying. My point is, and I'm talking to the audience now, the very fact that we need to fry our hair and we feel that's what's beautiful, goes to show you we're the most propagandized people in the world. No other person does that. And it's very disrespectful to walk away from the desk and everything else because you know I'm right. I'll wait for him to put his headphones back on. Are you done with your tantrum, sir? Are you done with your tantrum?
It's like I spoke and you just missed the point.
No, let me explain what I'm saying. You missed the point. You're talking about GDP when our goddamn kids don't even know their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. You're up here with intellectualism and you're not down here with the damn real problem. You're talking about chemicals and all this and importing all this and Maslow hierarchy of needs. Bro, we are trying to eat. We are trying to get what's on the bottom level of Maslow hierarchy of needs. I'm talking about Cancer Alley down in the South. I'm talking about Baltimore, the kids can't read. The kids can't count. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about no damn GDP.
You don't need to read to produce an economy. This is where the white man got y'all fucked up. Y'all keep talking about this reading shit. You keep talking about this reading shit. Your reading don't produce an economy. I just showed you Britain was illiterate and had an empire. You don't need to read to have an empire. You need production, Mo. Production. You don't need to read to fucking farm. I could give you a book on farming. You still wouldn't know how to farm, Mo. I'm talking about production. I'm having an adult conversation. You're talking about children, Mo.
No, what I'm saying is this. And like I said, you're having a highbrow intellectual conversation. I'm talking about what's going to work for the 85%. Like I said, you said yourself, you are a boule Negro. That's why you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about the 85%. Then that's what made me the 5% because I'm concerned about the 85. I could easily join the 10 and do what's best for me and invest in crypto and say and go live in a gated community and say, you know what? Damn those Negroes. If they're not smart enough to get it, then they're not smart enough to get it. And that's a very white supremacist mindset to have. That's a very white supremacist mindset to have. When I'm saying that these children are being weaponized through propaganda at an early age, it's pumped in. It's amazing how we can't get food in a food desert, but we can get high-speed internet so they can get all the latest rap songs and all the deleterious information that corrupts their mind. They can get that and that's readily available. How is that? And you want to talk to me about resources and all this and all that? How many Africans own lithium mines in Africa? How in the hell we behind enemy lines, dog? How the hell we gonna have anything when the African getting their ass kicked and the lithium taken from them and got their children down there digging it out with their hands? Don't talk to me about that. Come on, bruh. You know better than that. But like I said, you a boule Negro. You think like a boule Negro. I don't think like that. I look what the common man is struggling with. The red white can't even get healthy food in their communities. They suffer from obesity just as bad as black people. So what are you saying? They're trying to legalize, make meat illegal while making chemically made meat illegal. You talking about having farms? Are you serious? Have you heard of Monsanto? Come on, dog. And you know I'm right. I'm not going up here with all this high-level brown shit, bro, because if I speak like that, my people miss me. And that's why I'm pushing Nearly Fuller's book.
Your people miss you if you talk highbrow? You trying to say black people stupid? No, they can follow the conversation, Mo. No, don't do that with black. That's the white supremacy shit right there. When you say black people can't understand some shit. No, they can follow this conversation, Mo. Don't say they can't follow this conversation. They can understand me, Mo. Everybody knows that you need a farm to produce food to eat, Mo. You don't need a college degree to know that, Mo. Give my people more credit.
No, what I'm saying is...
Y'all want to dumb the conversation down and then say people need to be educated. No, you need to have high-level conversations, and then whatever they don't get, they can go look up. You don't dumb my people down. You bring them up.
No, that's like
and you moving the goalpost again.
What you're doing
and you moving the goalpost again, bro.
You're throwing
I'm talking about nation building, and you're talking about On the ground, kids can't read. I'm talking about if we are in the room and we go get the elite and wealthiest black people and we sit them in a room and we have a roundtable discussion and we say, what are we going to do about our people? This is the discussion you're going to have in that room. You're going to talk about what is our GDP? What is our GMP? Where do we get our raw materials from? How do we galvanize those into goods? Who's going to buy them? What are the market dynamics of the world?
Once again, you're having that boule conversation.
This is not a boule conversation.
It is because you said get
how
all
is this
the smart
a boule conversation?
You said get all
this
the
is
smart.
Basic nation building. This is what happened to the Spartans. The
you
Spartans.
Build the nation from the bottom up, not the top down.
Hold on, not because this is what happened, right? When you look at Rome, right, you had the Spartans over there in Athens, and the Spartans, basically what happened with them was they focused so much on war, they didn't focus at all on economics, and they crumbled as a nation. Sparta crumbled as a nation because they didn't focus on money and they didn't focus on economics, imports and exports. This is basics of nation building, and you're trying to say the basics of nation building is boule talk. How do you come to that conclusion?
How do I come to that conclusion? The simple fact is, who all those people in that room that you're talking about getting them in that room have been hand selected and educated by.
Who did I mention?
You said get all the smartest people in the room.
Okay, does smart have to be educated by the white man? I'm not educated by the white man.
No,
I don't have a degree. I'm one of the smartest black people in the world. I'm in that room. Why do you keep deferring back to white people? You can't have a conversation about black people without talking about the white man. This is the problem. He lives rent-free in your head.
He doesn't live rent-free in my head. I live in his world. That's the difference. That's what you fail to understand. But when some racist shit happen to you, you be like, oh, that's racism. That's racism over there. That's not racism. It's a system. It's an operating system, and you won't get it until you get it. And like Neely Fuller said, if you don't understand white supremacy, what it is and what it does, everything else will only confuse you.
What is boule about having a conversation about nation building?
How can you nation build when we can't even family build? That's what I'm saying. You're going 10 steps.
Don't answer a question with a question.
No.
What is boule about talking about nation building, Mo? You've been dancing and buck dancing the whole debate. Come back and answer the question. You said it was boule. Explain to me. What's boule about talking about basic economics in nation building, Mo?
I'm going to explain to you why. You talking about Maslow hierarchy of needs. You're trying to get to step 2, 3, 4. We need to start at step 1. And that's what I'm saying. You keep jumping up to step 3 and 4. We need to start at 1. Our people need healthy food.
Are you listening?
I am listening.
I started the conversation off about production of food, shelter, water, and air, and now you're trying to act like I never said that. Furthermore, I was talking about imports and exports because food can be an export if you have an overabundance or a surplus. This is basic economics. So if we produce more corn than we have, we need to look and see who needs corn, and then we sell it to them. Otherwise, you sit and you let it spoil. And then that turns into trash and waste and disease and cancer. And now you have a health problem. So you have to pay attention to market dynamics and economics. Have you ever picked up Thomas Sowell's books?
But what you're not understanding is we're struggling with the fact of what we put in our mouth every day. See, that's what I'm saying. You're going 10 steps ahead.
What is boule about talking about nation building and economics, Mo? Why is that a boule conversation?
Because we need to start with, first of all, healing ourselves. Then, like I always say, you start with yourself, then your family, then your community. You're jumping to nation building. What we need to have is first building ourselves up, then our families. That's why I say you can't skip steps 1, 2, 3, and 4.
No, that's false. That's false.
So you can skip step 1, 2, 3, and 4 then, what you're saying.
No, what I'm telling you is that at the family level, economics plays a huge role. I'm going to show you how. I'm gonna show you a big way how, and the black community is starting to come back to that, and that's why I love wig making and black women making wigs and being in hair, because it's very important. Beauty is a very important part of economics, and you try to downplay that, but we're gonna keep it simple.
Why do you need a wig?
See, I'm gonna come back to that.
No, I'm saying, no.
I'm going to come back to that.
To come back
I'm
to
going
it,
to come back to that.
You're
no.
jumping over steps 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, Cook.
From a very basic view, if you go and ask my grandmother's generation, when they wanted a pair of pants, where did they come from? When you ask them, when you wanted a shirt, where did it come from? They didn't go to Macy's. They didn't go to Nordstrom. You went down the road, you picked up some material, and grandma made you some pants. And when she made those pants, she bought enough material so that when the child grew, she could just remove the seam and let it out and then tailor it to the growth of the child. This is basic economics. This is basic Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So when you have a people who cannot produce their own clothing and they go outside of the household to get clothing, guess what you're doing? You're sending your power, your resources, your hard-earned money outside of the household. And if we were to come into the room and talk about production, we would start to say, wow, maybe we need to start producing our own clothing in our own homes once again. That's just one basic way. Maybe we need to start farming more and then creating more co-ops and sharing that food amongst each other. You grow tomatoes, you grow cucumbers, and then we swap. Like, this is economics. In fact, before the white man gave us welfare, we had co-ops. We had cooperative economics, mostly perpetuated by the black church. They were called mutual aid societies. And these mutual aid societies provided for each other. So when you talk about economics, what you're talking about is the exchange of scarce goods and resources and services. So you have to look at, what do your people produce? You want to look at your people are reading. Before you look at what your people are reading, you got to judge your child's morals. When you go look at Japan, when you go look at China, before they teach a child to read, they teach a child honor and dignity and morality. And they teach him reading through those things, through those ideas. So you're even flawed when you're concerned with reading. I'm not concerned with the reading levels of a child. I'm concerned with creating honor and dignity and morality in a child. Because when you instill that in a child, when you instill power and confidence in a child, he'll go find a way to read on his own. Those things manage themselves. A child can't read when his stomach is hungry. A child can't read when he's in a food desert. You want to talk about why these rates of literacy are so low? Mostly it's because the parents aren't there to push them and they live in a food desert. There's plenty of experiments with rats to show you this. When you deprive them of proper nutrition, you deprive the brain of growth. So it comes right back to economics. You want a child to read good? Make sure he's got a healthy diet. It's all basic, Mo. You're talking to somebody who dreams about nation building. That's why you could never win this debate, because you're concerned with the white man and I'm concerned with the black man.
That's where you're wrong. I'm concerned with the black man becoming universal man and not escaping the system of white supremacy. And I keep saying to you, you keep saying about nation building, bro, we don't have families. We do not have families. Period. You want to talk about nation building? We can't
have families.
Once again,
that's a white supremacist talking point. Continue.
How can it be a white supremacist talking point when white supremacy doesn't exist? Once again,
see how you did the semantics thing again?
No, what you do is you drift in and out of reality is what you do.
No, I use your terms because that's what you understand.
No, what I'm saying to you is this. How can you have a nation when our people struggle with mating habits, with how our children are created, Nobody's really
I
sitting
just
down.
answered that. I just told you
Nobody's
morality, honor, and dignity. I just told you that.
Right. But how do you get that in people's head? And that's why I keep going back to Nearly Full of book. And you dismissed his book. Hey, I don't think you read his book, to be honest with you. Because
I didn't.
If you did.
I didn't. I have no use for his work.
Okay. What he says is, he says, make sure all your
I'm the greatest
actions,
philosophical mind on the planet. I have no use for that work.
Okay. Once again, what he says is make all your actions constructive. Period. Do not interact with people that's non-constructive. Be alone before you be non-constructive. That's what I'm saying. But once again, you're being dismissive by looking at your phone. You don't listen. And I'll be honest with you.
My bad. I was texting my family because I have one.
No. And to be honest with you,
I'm sorry I was texting my family.
No. What it does is...
You want me to choose the debate over my family after you just made the point of we don't have no families. Come on, Mo. How many times am I going to hit you? Bow, counter. Bow, counter. You down. It's like, what is the score right now? What round is this? This is like 10-8 every round, Mo.
It's not 10-8.
When are you going to give up?
Hold on. What you do is
somebody throw in the towel.
Once again, you're
Mick
being
throwing the towel. Rocky's down.
What you're being is you're being referee and the other team I'm playing against.
How am I being referee?
Because every time I start to say something, you interrupt me or you deflect or you say, "Oh,
I
no, you're
gave
being
you plenty of time to talk."
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because every time I start to make a point, and like I said, to be honest with you, this is probably why I would end the conversation if it was anybody else, because it's non-constructive. And I don't deal in non-constructive behavior by the code. You see how that works? Because it's something I could be doing more meaningful with my time. But the sake of educating you, I'll stick around. Because you seem to lose the fact that we are struggling with square one. And that's the thing about the intellectual. Bro, I come from an intelligent family. I come from college graduates, but I didn't lose the fact that I didn't go into the gifted class and then they segment me off and they tell me I'm different and they tell me how smart I am. No, I stayed in Gen Pop. Why? Because that's where I need to be at. And my conversation I'm having is not for a person like you. My conversation is to say look at your behavior. Is it constructive or is it non-constructive? If it's non-constructive, stop it. Replace it with constructive behavior. Now, this is where you come in and say you can do A, B, C, or D, but to make people think they can understand what GDP is and having lines of resources and all this and that, bro. We are struggling with everyday behavior. I don't know if you see it or not, but the way we're killing each other, the clip that we're killing each other at, that's a problem. The pressure that we haven't put on us with illegal immigration, that's a problem. The fact that we give our vote away and we don't get anything for it, that's a problem. So what I'm saying to that person voting is it constructive? No, is it not constructive? Stop voting. Is Pan-Africanism constructive? If it's not, stop it. And like I said, I came prepared to have a different conversation with you, but it's weird, like you being kind of weird with me. But like I said, even in the book, Chancellor Williams said, he said, you don't unite just for the sake of unity. What have we as Foundation of Black Americans got out of uniting with everybody? I thought that's what this conversation was going to be about. But what have we received? Nothing. And just like Amos Wilson says, your culture is what you do. That's how you solve problems. What we've been doing hasn't solved any problems. We need to think about switching things up. I'm talking to the person that's still on Maslow's first level because I see that's where the majority of my people struggle at. So air, food, water, like I said, we got Cancer Alley, the air and the soil is polluted. No, I don't care how good in your garden you are. If you're growing food in that soil, you're going to get cancer. I'm talking about food. The food deserts all over the urban centers in this country. They can't get a piece of fruit. And if it's a piece of fruit, then the Monsanto's fruit sprayed with pesticides. Where I'm supposed to grow my food at, Hotep? I'm living in inner city Chicago or New York or California or Compton. Where am I supposed to grow my food at? You have no solution for them. Like I said, these highbrow ideas, I give it to you. In a college campus or somewhere like that, y'all want to sit around and pontificate about what's going to work, what ain't going to work. No, I'm telling my people, if it's non-constructive, stop it. Because if you are doing non-constructive behavior, it's only aiding and abetting the system. I'll turn it back over to you.
So I want to answer your question about solutions. And I told you what the solution was. I'll say it again. And this is why this conversation keeps getting me upset. Because I say something and then you just like, it's like you just missed the point, right? Like I brought up hair and you're like, you're promoting chemicals. And I'm like, is that really what you got out of what I said?
No, that's not what I said.
Frustrating, right?
Let me unfrustrate you then.
And then you said I cut you off, and then now you can cut me off. Go ahead.
No, because what you're doing is you're taking what I'm saying and making it true about the chemicals. What I'm saying is, why is it that we have to look a certain way just to be beautiful? That's my point. Why are we pumping chemicals into our head to make our real hair texture not be its actual texture, how it grows our head, and to be straight? Or why are we covering it up with a wig that has European style hair is my point. That's because we're filled with self-hatred, because we're taught that from the time we turn on a television or a tablet or a smartphone, what the ideal of beauty is. So that's what you miss. It's not about the chemicals, sir. And that's, like I said, I want to get this back on track so it can be constructive. So that's not what I'm saying about the chemicals. What I'm saying is the idea that we had to look like somebody else or act like somebody else just to be a person. That's the point I was making.
So the reason why this debate can never stay on point is because you keep changing the subject. But since you changed the subject to beauty now, let's stay right there. Again, like I said, my second point is your arguments are always myopic. I'm going to point out how this one is specifically very myopic. I mentioned chemicals in regards to women hair. And what you did was you talked about an obsolete thing, perm. Women don't even perm their hair anymore, Mo. Can you please catch up? And when I'm talking about chemicals for hair, there's a lot of different things that black people use for their hair that are chemical compounds. Some of them black men use for their waves. We got all types of balm. I mean, there's so many different hair products that have nothing to do with straightening. It's just, I'm just befuddled at how you just looked at hair straightening products. Like women still use those. Like that's not a thing anymore. We're on the wigs now. You got to keep up with the beauty trends.
When's the last time you've been in a beauty supply store? And this is not a rhetorical question. I'm showing you how out of touch you are. Because if you go to any beauty supply store, you go up and down that aisle, it's all about how to make our hair texture not look like our hair texture. That's the whole point of it. Whatever product they're selling us. Now, it could be perm or whatever else, or even the wigs they sell us to cover up our hair texture. And that's just nothing but a clear sign of self-hatred. And we have to ask ourselves, Malcolm X, who taught you to hate yourself?
All right, so I'm going to show you where you and Malcolm X are flawed. You see, the thing is, the black gene is so beautiful that we can style our hair anyway. And again, being quite myopic, people think straight hair is a thing of white people, as if black people don't have the ability to have straight hair. Or if black people didn't come up with the concept of straight hair before they set eyes on a white man, because she said, what if my hair looked like this? This comes back to beauty. Now, let's talk about why beauty is so important. Why is beauty so important? Because it's part of mating. This is how women or the female attracts the male. This is how you get progeny. This is how your society grows and lives on. Because if a woman doesn't take care of how she looks, she's no longer a female, she's now a male. But the female is very much engrossed in beauty and should be. So you cannot demonize the beauty industry. I used to think like that too. That was like fucking young Hotep Jesus. I've moved on and evolved from that ideology. But again, it's not about, hair texture. And I like how you changed that topic, to the beauty conversation. That's a very interesting debate tactic. I don't like using that debate tactic of just changing the topic every single chance you get and just moving the goalposts. I think it's corny. We should stay on topic. We should talk about the things that are going to help our people. Now, you said, what are the solutions? I'll repeat myself. The solution is you first have to analyze our output, our production, our intake. Let's analyze that first. I mentioned a room of people. When I mentioned that room of people, I mentioned that because I don't have all the answers. I've told my audience this many times. There will be a great council in Hotepistan. The leadership must have other leaders. You're going to have one leader, like we got Hotep Goldstein. He's going to be in charge of immigration. We got Strong Dad. He's a bodybuilder. He's going to be in charge of fitness. Why would I try to solve every single problem? No, I'm going to find the expert, defer to the expert. We all put our minds together and we decide what's the best way to move forward. This comes back to how the natives operated. They operated in very much a similar way to how the House of Representatives and the Senate operated, where the elders sat on a Senate council and the youngers were more like the House of Representatives. They went out, did the work, they looked through, the problems, then they brought it to the Grand Council, and the Grand Council sort of mulled things over and said, here's how we're going to move. So you can't say, I don't have all the solutions, because I've already admitted I don't have the solutions. What I'm telling you is that I know how to find the solutions. And what you have to do is you got to start with the GDP, GNP. You got to start with your economics. You got to start with your imports, your exports. Then you bring smart people into the room. You bring people with resources into the room, and we have a discussion and we figure out a game plan. We got to delineate our priorities, and then we move forward. But again, you don't want to talk about economics. I guess you want to talk about white people.
No, what I want to talk about is how I get my people to be unsick. You're trying to, like I said, I'm in triage. What you're talking about is cosmetic surgery or selective surgery.
When you look at black people, you see sick people?
Every day.
I don't see sick people.
You don't see all these overweight. The majority, I'm saying, what is it, like 30% majority of obese people are black? It's like 1/3 of our people are obese. Why is that?
In what country?
In America.
Is America over-indexed for obesity across all races?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go to black people in Africa, is there an obesity problem? Specifically Tanzania, because I visited and I didn't see any fat people. So it seems to be an American problem and not a black people problem. It's just that black people are subjected to the diet of America.
But why are we overrepresented?
Why are we overrepresented? Yes, I think a lot of that comes back to our bodies are different. Our bodies respond.
You eat what you can afford.
I wouldn't argue that either. I would say, again, economics has a lot to do with it. Yes.
Right, but we're saying you're having a big brain economic conversation.
I also know. I always have big brain conversations. I also know that when I look at my family, I see people suffering from obesity that are middle-class blacks. They have more than enough money to have a great diet. They don't. Well, I have a family reunion every year. Well-to-do family members. Many of them obese. Many of them make really good money. It's not the issue, Mo. It's bigger than that. It's about production. It's about ideology.
Well, actually, what it's about, if you really, it's two things. One, culturally, if I have permission to speak, I want to make sure okay. Culturally, we've been taught ribs, fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, green beans, collard greens with pork meat in it. Pork meat in it is black culture. That's soul food. One, that's cultural. Then two is scientific. It's a thing called the bliss point. Scientists have set up and figure out how to turn food into a drug. Food is a drug now. It's called the bliss point. They know how to trigger your bliss point down from the texture of the food, the crunch, everything. So when you mix that with the fact that this food is ready, available, and affordable, That's why our people will succumb to eating it. And then, like I said, the second thing is cultural, because we've been convinced that all this soul food is soul food. Like, if you ain't eating like this, you ain't black. We love this thing about potato salad. Who puts raisins in potato salad? That kind of mentality. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't greasy, if it ain't floating in grease or swimming in pork meat, then it ain't black. And that's cultural, and that's taught. It's taught generation by generation by generation. If you show up to Thanksgiving or a cookout with something healthy, like some kale or something, you're gonna be ridiculed and ostracized. I'll turn it back over.
Yeah. Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Like, you know, what you said. I don't know. I don't even know what you want me to do with what you just said there, because I have no argument against what you just said there. It's just that when you say you look at black people and you see sick people, I don't see sick people. I don't see that. I see Americans. That's what I see. I see Americans, and I see people living an American lifestyle where there is a lot of processed foods, and again, a lot of sitting down and not doing the work. You know, if we decided not to involve ourselves in reading, and we said we're just gonna be like the Mormons, we wouldn't be fat. Or who's it, the Amish? We wouldn't be fat. We'd be producing for ourselves, doing for ourselves, and selling to others. And we'd be our own group of people.
Can I ask you a question?
I mean, you can cut me off again if you want.
No, because you make points, and it's valid points to be made, because you have this idealistic view of the world.
The issue is it's not idealistic. I'm realistic. The issue is you don't see how you back yourself into the corner of your own arguments, right? So you said we are repeating mistakes, right? So one of the mistakes we're repeating is we're still eating like slaves. The problem is we're also still thinking like slaves.
That's false, because slaves didn't eat like that.
And you cut me off again. No, I just want to point it out every time, because you said I cut you off, and I just want to point out every time you do. Continue. You have the floor, sir.
What you're doing is you're pushing false information. There's a brother, he's black and Jewish, and he does this whole thing about what slave food actually was. Slave actually had one of the healthiest diets it is. What you have is 1920s, 1930s eating this pushed as quote unquote soul food. That's not slave food. I'm just showing you. That's what I'm saying. Propaganda is the number
1920?
one problem. Yes.
Okay, so you're repeating the bullshit from 1920.
Well, I'm saying it's a brother right now, and if you Google slave food,
I'm just asking you. You said it came in. Let's say you're right and he's right. You're saying this came from 1920.
Yes.
Okay, it's 2023, so you've been doing the same thing for 100 years.
Yes.
Okay, this concept of blame the white man is the same concept. Y'all keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. It's time to let it go. It's time to fucking, get over it. It's time to lick your wounds. It's time to heal. It's time to forgive. It's time to forgive yourself. It's time to man up. Like I said in the very beginning of this debate, your posture is just very feminine. It's always complaining. Coming back to the solutions, and I've stated this before, as far as corporations are concerned, I think it's important to have people like you, especially when you're nation building or you have corporations. I call, people like you. What's the term I have for people like you? I can't remember the name, but basically, like, you guys just point out problems. Like, you just like find problems and you harp over the problems, and that's good. You need people that are going to keep their eyes on the problems. So what I would do is I would have a bunch of people like you, and you come and you tell me all the things that the white man did, and you show me on the doll where the white man hurt you. And then I'll take that information. I'll go back to the group of people who actually are looking to build and create solutions, and then we'll go from there. But you could never be in the room of the people that have solutions, because all you do is you just keep defaulting back to the white man, and that's just not useful for us. And again, Lauryn Hill said this in her debate with J. Rue the Damager: remove white people from the equation completely. What are you going to do? And that's the question I have for you today. Just like when Lauren had that debate with J. Rue the Damager back in the day, I'm now asking you, Hotep Jesus to Moe Factz, remove the white man from the equation completely. What are you going to do?
It doesn't matter about the white man and being in the equation, because what the problem is that my people are ineffective. That's the problem. Now, how we're aided in being ineffective, that's another conversation. But I keep saying to you, our problem is that we're the most propagandized people it is. And you talk about, and this is what's weird, because you go and you have all your shows about the social media, the Black Twitter report, and you point out all the dysfunction. But when I bring up the dysfunction, I'm cherry picking and I'm looking for problems. I don't understand how that works, because what I'm saying is I'm looking at what's affecting my people right now. And you want to say, if you want to say it's myopic, in the lens of I'm only concerned with affecting Black Americans, you're right. I don't care about the world. I'm aware of the world. Like I said, in Sierra Leone, they're smoking Kush, which is their ancestors' bones mixed with fentanyl. We got Kenyans going down to Haiti to kill other Black people at the behest of white people. You know what I'm saying? We got all these problems, but I had to be focused what's wrong with at home. And the fact that I'm gonna show you the fact that we are sick people, and white people know that we're sick. White supremacy know that we're scratch white people. White supremacy know that we're sick people. The fact that they let us have the amount of guns that we have in this country illegally, and they kill each other in Chicago, St. Louis, Memphis, everywhere else, and they sleep comfortably, they know they got us wrapped up. They know we ain't a problem, because they wouldn't arm any other group like that around the world unless they knew they had control over that group. That's why they do it here and abroad. They go to Afghanistan the same way. They arm the people that's going to harm the people that look like them. In Afghanistan, they did it in Syria. They do it everywhere. And that go to show you that we are sick people. Now, if you want to, hey, I'm a quality engineer by trade. I do look for the defects. You're right. But when you look for defects, I don't look for defects just to have defects. I look for defects to bring solutions in. And our number one solution is, one, stop being propagandized. Look at all the buffoonery that's allowed on Mr. Elon Musk Twitter. As long as it's Black, it goes. If it was any other group doing what they do to each other, it'd be taken down. And one last point I want to make is what you said about the Amish. You said we need to be like the Amish. What happened to the Amish man when he was trying to sell raw milk and all the healthy food? Who came and knocked on his door and locked him up?
The FBI, and they won that case.
But my point is, if you're doing something constructive, don't leave you give you the opportunity not to be bothered. Actually, it puts you on the radar. That's why they wrote this document that you accused me with, because when you're starting to be effective, you get on their radar. And they say we need to do something about that problem.
So I want to tackle something you mentioned. You mentioned the Black Twitter Report. The Black Twitter Report is a very specific part of Hotep's Been Told You. We do a show 8 p.m. every Thursday with Uncle Hotep. And this Black Twitter Report is sponsored by nerdnash.com. This is an idea he thought of, and I thought it was actually very brilliant. And you mentioned that this relates to us highlighting Black dysfunction. And again, just like you thought Black people were sick, the topics we discussed last night, I actually did not think classified as Black dysfunction. I don't know why you thought it was that. So let's bring up what we talked about last night. We talked about an Asian girl blackfishing. We talked about the Martin reunion. We talked about Meek Mill and his cryptic tweet about who Black people are voting for. And then we talked about Kanye West's 40-minute apology to the Jews. What part of that is Black dysfunction?
Okay, let's start with the black fishing. The fact that any group of people say that we can put out a certain kind of food and display ourselves in a certain kind of way, a body type, and that'll just make them fall all over themselves to get towards us, points out Black dysfunction.
That's black dysfunction?
Yes.
How is that black dysfunction? If somebody disguises themselves, or let's dumb it down. If you know a little kid love candy and these people be snatching kids, they just come out. It's called bait. It's not black dysfunction. It's saying, here are the things you like. That's black dysfunction because we like black music, because we like fried fish, because we like a girl with a nice ass. That's black dysfunction?
Yes, it is, because you just made the analogy that black people are the kid in that scenario. They're the child. You have an adult and a child in that scenario, and the adult can exploit the child by going to the child's needs and wants and overrides what's safe for that child. That's my point. They look at us like children. The whole world look at us like children, that we can just put candy. Hey, kid, you want some candy? Get in the car. If you did that to an adult be like, are you crazy? I'm not getting in the car with you. But if you do that with somebody with lower intellect, or aka a child, as your analogy said, yes, that's black. The fact that they can look at us like that, that's black dysfunction. And you're shaking your head because you know I got you, and you're smiling. Yes, you know I got you.
No, you sound crazy. That's why I'm shaking my head. If I put a piece of bait on a hook and I throw it in the water, I'm not guaranteed to catch fish, Mo.
Who's smarter, the fish or the fisherman?
Why do you always do that? Oh, I got a new question for you.
No,
if I throw bait into the water, I am not guaranteed to catch a fish. You'd have to show me the black man that was caught by her bait. Then you'd have to explain why that's dysfunction.
You ever seen a fish throw a line on the land and catch a human? And I know that sounds very basic, but my point is, it's the paradigm is what I'm talking about. That I can cater to black men by catering and appealing to their lowest level of sexual attraction. What was she cooking, Hotep? What was she cooking?
I don't know.
You know what she was cooking? Soul
food. I don't know what
she
was cooking. I don't know what she was cooking.
She was cooking soul food.
All right.
And then she played black music. Let's play some of that jungle boogie music, and I could reel this nigga right on in. You know what I'm saying? I can show him some of this curve. You know what I'm saying? And some collard greens and some Al green, and he'll jump all over me. That is the lowest level of thinking you can actually have for a group of people. Now, imagine if I said that about another group of people said, let me have some what is it called? What's the Jewish wine? Manischewitz. Let me have some of that, and let me have a dreidel, and let me play some of this music, and they're gonna just jump all over me. That's crazy that a group of people can think that way about another group of people. That's how the world sees us. And I know you don't want to be associated with that, so you try to have the highbrow to say we're all different. Bro, we're not different.
No, you consider that dysfunction. I don't consider it dysfunction.
Okay.
Like we're talking about, like my issue is the importance of the topic of debate, right? So now you've moved the goalpost to, we're talking about Asian women blackfishing black men. And we're supposed to be talking about the question I asked you that you dodged, right? Mm-hmm. That's my issue.
I'm showing the dysfunction is the fact that her expectation.
That's the dysfunction. No, Mo. I let you slide. I asked you a very specific question. I said, remove white people from the equation completely. What are you going to do? And everybody in the chat mentioned, you ain't answered the question. Then you went on this diatribe. Then you said the Black Twitter report. And I played your little game. And then we landed on, now we're arguing about a little Asian girl with a nice ass, a black playlist, in a black plate. And I'm looking at that like, wow, like this what we really gonna argue about? Like,
well, let me ask you a question. You said remove the white man from the equation. That's a fallacy, and that's a hypothetical. And I thought we weren't doing hypotheticals, because you can't. You're saying, okay, remove sharks out the water, and what would you do in the ocean? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I don't do that. I live in a realistic world, Hotep. I know you live in a made-up world called Hotepistan or whatever you call it. I live in the real world with real rules and real consequences for your actions. That's how our people get jammed up. That's how they get on side of the road arguing with the police because they think they live in a fictitious world where they can do that and they get jammed up. I don't allow myself to live in a fantasy world. I live in a very fact-based world. And you know what? If you remove the white man, it'll just be another form of supremacy dominating us because they all see us the same way. And that's my point about the plate. They all see us as children. That's how they see it. We are the children of the world. That's why they go and they treat us like children. And they sing songs like children and dance like children. But when a serious conversation is to be had, they exit us out the room and say, this is for the adults. Just like you do with any child. So no, I don't deal with that. Or what if the white man didn't exist? Because it would just be another form of supremacy. If white supremacists would Thanos snap, then it'd be somebody else to fall into that void. And I'm gonna show you why I'm right. Because even Joe Biden said, black people, y'all got to deal with the Hispanics now. They put the Hispanics over us. They say they're more adult. It's like when it's like this. It's like when your parents leave and leave the oldest child in charge. That's how Joe Biden talked to us. He said the oldest child is in charge now.
Oh yeah. So you don't have a plan for black people?
I just told you what it is. Make all our moves effective. Don't do anything non-effective. I don't know how.
That's a plan.
If you just think if you practice that.
Does that follow the guidelines of what a plan is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If you
sounds like advice.
No, if you make every one of your actions constructive, and like I said, you're
that's
dismissing.
Not a plan.
You're okay. Yes, it is. It's a plan. It's a plan. If I say I'm going to go out the house and work in the garden, I'm going to make it effective. I'm going to make it constructive, not non-constructive. That's a plan. And like I said, I'll make it very simple because guess what? All of us can participate in this plan. What you're having is you're trying to create another Boule. And you know what you did was you put me in the W.E.B. Du Bois in the shoes, but you're actually W.E.B. Du Bois in this conversation because you're saying this is what we need to do. We're the talented 10th. This is how we're going to think for all black people. All we need is 10% of black people to pull the other 90% up by his bootstraps. That's what you're saying. What I'm saying is put down your bucket where it's at. That's what Booker T said. Cast down your bucket where
I really don't
at.
give a shit what Booker T or W.E.B. Du Bois said. I'm telling you what Hotep Jesus said. So you can talk that talented 10th shit all you want. I'm talking common sense. When you talk about the system of white supremacy, that's not how they operate. They take their greatest minds, they put them in a room. Some of them are called think tanks, some of them are called secret societies. And now you're saying that they've created supremacy, but we shouldn't follow the same model of putting the best minds in the room. You're saying you're probably going to say that's flawed, right?
No, they put their greatest minds in the room to do what? They put their greatest minds in the room to dominate. They didn't say, let's create nuclear energy so we can give free or cheap energy to the whole world. They said, let's create nuclear energy so we can hold it over the rest of the world head so we can threaten them and abuse them anytime we want to. I don't want that kind of, I'm not trying to trade white supremacy for black supremacy. I'm trying to trade white supremacy for justice. That's where the person that needs the most help get the most constructive help and nobody's mistreated. That's what I'm aiming for.
That sounds like socialism.
What everybody? It sounds like it's like they want to say you want to put a label on helping people.
No.
How can you find a flaw with the person that needs the most help gets the most help and nobody's mistreated? How can you find a flaw in that? I don't understand. I actually like
Karl Marx's argument. You know, to each his own, based upon their labor. Like you get what you work for. I'm not fucking helping somebody that doesn't want to help themselves. So we're not going to judge people based upon, oh, you need the most help. No, like we're not trying to build a nation of where we help people. We're trying to build a nation where people coexist and collaborate and are interdependent. It's not about helping people. It's not about, handouts. Again, you're treating black people like they're disabled or some shit like that.
I didn't make any race distinction.
Nobody needs help. It comes back to the whole, teach a child to fish or give them a fish, right? And it's like you want to give people fish instead of showing them how to fish. Because if you show him how to fish, he won't need help. I'm not in the business of helping people that need the most help. I'm in the business of creating systems where people can flourish if they have ambition.
And I think that's where we're divided at.
Absolutely.
I think that's where we're. I think because
that's what makes this the debate.
Because because what happens in your system, there's always going to be a form of supremacy.
Absolutely.
It's always going to change.
Absolutely. It's going to be a form of supremacy regardless. That's biology.
So you don't think humans had the compassion to have justice with each other?
Correct.
That's why I differ. I think it's a learned behavior because children, and when you look at children, if a child has two of something, they'll give one child one and they'll have one.
You have children?
Yes, I have 4.
And that's how all of your children have acted?
Yes, until they learn. Listen to what I'm saying. Until they learn to be selfish. Selfishness is a
How old are your children?
I have a 20-year-old. I have a 14-year-old.
How old is your youngest?
12-year-old. 10.
Yeah, it's been a decade, man. I got a baby now, 3, and she don't even share her mama.
That's what I'm saying. It's a learned behavior.
I don't think that's learned. I don't think that's learned. This is my mama, and I remember my other son. He was very protective of his mother. And he was a baby, 1 year old. And if I would tease him, I'd go give her a hug and he'd be like, get off mommy, mine, mine, mine. I don't know about this whole learned behavior thing. This is very much human nature, bro.
But it's learned.
All right.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is if it's not learned, then we need to start the conversation right now. And then whatever happens.
No, I mean, based upon your logic, everything's learned, right?
Yes. You know why? You know why I believe it's nature over nurture? Why it's nurture over nature? Mm-hmm. If you go nature over nurture, then you start getting into supremacy.
The sad part about this is a lot of black people listening, and they don't have much to walk away with to help their families. And I'd like to make sure that they were enriched before they leave today.
Say that again.
I'd like to make sure that the black people watching, and even the white people watching, or whoever else is watching, I'd love them to just walk away with something that enriches them, and shows them how to nation build, or how to build their family. Because nations are just a compilation of families. But that's
my goal.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about nature versus nurture. We're talking about Chinese girls with fat asses. It's like every time we talk about something, you find like a new topic to like have a skirmish on, a new battlefield, a new irrelevant battlefield to have a skirmish on. And I entertain you just for the sake of argument, because I just love arguing. But the fact of the matter is, you didn't answer my question. You don't have a plan for black people. Hotep
you
Nation
keep saying that. I just laid out my plan for them. It's a whole code. It's a book. It's a book that you never read.
I know.
So you can't say you can't dismiss.
I know
my plan if you don't know what the plan is.
Okay.
And I've gave you what the plan, the base.
You do effective stuff, right? That's your plan, right?
No, don't do non-construct. Don't do non-constructive behavior.
Yeah,
that's my point.
Platitude equals plan. Okay.
It's not a platitude.
Okay. Advice equals plan. Quote equals plan.
No, what I'm saying is if your plan is every interaction I have, and like I said, I've stayed on this call way too long because this has actually been non-constructive, but I did it for the sake of a mental exercise.
That issue, right? For example, if I had a kid came to me and said, hey, Hotep, I want to get better at basketball. How do I get better at basketball? You know what I would tell him? I would say, hey, go in the garage, turn off the light, and dribble the basketball. Moe would say, don't do things that are ineffective. Which child's going to get better at basketball?
The child I gave advice to.
Okay.
And I'm going to explain to you why. Only thing you worked on is one skill of dribbling. What I told him is don't do anything non-constructive. So that's mean when he's on the court, all his decisions will be constructive decisions. All of his actions will be constructive actions. You see what the difference is? You're worried about one act. And this is the thing. You have a one-track mind of monetary and money and everything like that. We're way past the point of money can't fix our problems right now. We have behavioral issues that are learned. And that's why I keep saying nurture over nature. Our behaviors are learned. These are not, we're not born with these behaviors. This is a system of propaganda that has taught us this is what is acceptable. This is what Black culture is, everything. I don't believe that. So what I'm saying is this is how you counter propaganda. Is that what propaganda teach you constructive? No, it's not constructive. Then don't do it. It's very simple. Like I said, it's very simple and maybe it's oversimplified, but at this point we have to start with the simple. We can't give people, that's like giving a calculus book to people that are struggling to count to 10. Because guess what? And this is one thing you don't seem to realize is the 85% is what the world follows. The Black, for some reason, the world follows the Black 85%. We set the culture. Because like when I'm gonna give you an example with the Cotton Club, they love to come down to the Cotton Club and see us dance around on the stage and do all the buffoonery. But then they got in their car and they went home and they conducted business in a constructive manner. And they left us in a state of non-constructive behavior. I'm saying don't participate in that. Alcohol is not constructive. Drugs is not constructive. Unhealthy eating is not constructive. Actually, this conversation right here is non-constructive because what we're doing is we're presenting to the world two Black men arguing. And I really want to make a statement before we even started it, because have you noticed the world loves to see Cat Williams and those brothers go at it. Stephen A. Smith and Whitlock go at it. They love to see Black people be non-constructive. If it's a constructive conversation, it gets 5 views on YouTube. If it's non-constructive, it gets 50 million on YouTube. So that goes to show you the proof and the concept that they love for us to be non-constructive. They love for us to be violent towards each other. They love for us to be to tear each other down. And that's what I'm saying. I don't usually interact like this. That's why I never, somebody even said this is my first quote unquote YouTube. Honestly, I know you know me, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't see it being that way. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the frustration, and I'm going to go back to what the original conversation was. People are frustrated because Black Americans are starting to mature just a little bit to say this current policy of Pan-Africanism or diaspora is not working for us. It hasn't been working for us for a long time, and people stand to lose from us changing our actions and not doing non-constructive things. That's why we're getting so much pushback. And I'm going to wrap this up with this. You sent me a document, or you referred to the document 46, and it's by Big New Brzezinski, however you say his name, right? That's who wrote the document, right? His daughter works over MSNBC now, which MSNBC was one of the biggest detractors and attackers of FBA ADOS through a non-FBA, Joy-Ann Reid. She called us Russian bots. So you want to talk about propaganda? What we need to start looking at, they always want to point the finger at us and say we're the problem. I haven't heard. We have Kamala Harris, Obama, all of these other people that are non-FBA Blacks that have been detrimental to us. And when we start to speak up for ourselves, we're called a problem. We're called bots. We're called Russian agents, everything else. So why is it a problem when we start to speak up for ourselves? I don't understand that unless people like us. See, what it is, non-FBA Blacks, y'all are just a notch above us on the list. And y'all like kicking us down, you know what I'm saying, keeping us in our place. That's what it really is, and not all. That's why we came up with the term, and I didn't come up with it, but that's why the term manifested itself called tether, to separate the actual brothers and sisters that's not FBA, that's on code, which the majority is on code. They understand. They say, dang, the Black man in America, you know what I'm saying? He been riding for us for a long time. And when we get over here, we like to create our own little enclaves. Am I wrong? Look at all the college universities that have African student unions, not African American, not Black, African student unions. They don't want us there, and they don't want to be bothered with us. And I know you say I get nitpick on little things. No, these are microcosms of a bigger issue. So what I'd like to do is stop and just not gloss over them, like you were saying about the soul food or whatever else. I'm not harping on the point. I made a bigger lesson out of they think we're children that think they can just show us candy and get us in the car. That's why I stopped you there. Anytime there's a great opportunity to highlight that, I'll stop and try to highlight it. So that's my point. And I turn it back over to you. But like I said, I just want to lead this to say, this is not Stephen A. Smith and Whitlock. This is not that. You know what I'm saying? This is, I was hoping it would be a constructive conversation, because it's the only kind of, I'm in a hotel. I'm gonna be honest. This is my last statement. I'm like this with family. Don't call me if you're not having a constructive conversation with my own flesh and blood. If it ain't constructive, if it ain't about moving the ball forward, what are we doing? We're wasting time. And I digress.
First of all, there's no beef. I don't know why anybody would think that. This is not beef. This is not I don't like Moe Factz anymore. I don't deal in that type of emotion, right? Like, I come to the debate. In the debate, you are my enemy, right? We are on YouTube. There is a camera here. This is a show. My job is to make it exciting for the people, okay? This isn't about, I don't like Moe Factz. I love Moe Factz. I think Moe Factz is one of the greatest black minds to exist during our time. So this is not a tear down Moe Factz thing. I think the reason why this debate got derailed is because you don't know how to stay on topic. You like to pick little things of things I said and then derail the conversation. I talked about economics, then you pick this little piece about hair and chemicals, and then that became a segue side argument. And you do that like throughout the entire debate. Anybody watch this back, you'll see that. So we can never really stay on topic and talk about the issue at hand. Last thing I'll say is, as far as being constructive and having a constructive plan, what you said was don't do things that are not effective. Once upon a time, the Black Panther Party, Martin Luther King Jr., were all followers of communism. They thought communism was a great idea. They thought that would be effective. Come to find out, it's not effective. So you can't say don't do things that are not effective, because it's not specific enough when we're talking about a plan. When you're talking about a plan is supposed to be very specific. Because if I say don't do things that are not effective, somebody can come talk to that child and say, hey, you know what's effective? Marxism and Karl Marx. Why don't you go read this manifesto? And then a socialist or communist is born. I digress.
Okay. And I understand where you're coming from at, but then that person needs to be weaponized in the sense to say, why is it effective for me? How is this constructive for me? I'm saying I'm not picking sides or any ideology, anything. When anybody comes to you with information, you need to ask, how is this constructive for me? And make them explain to you like a 5-year-old how it's constructive for me. And guess what? When you start asking those questions, and I know you say, like, I know it might have got frustrated you by me asking the questions, but that's the whole point. If it's constructive, then they'll continue to explain how it's constructive for you. If it's not really constructive for you, they'll get frustrated and they'll say either do it or threaten you with violence. It's kind of like with your parents when you ask them why they need to do this, and then you go ask that question 3 or 4 times, and it's like, cause I said so. That's what it end up at. And when somebody says cause I said so, it's not constructive for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want you to get violent with me. See, we need to cut all of this pageantry out. And I want you to get unrefined and not and violent with me. Don't try to convince me that Planned Parenthood is a good thing for me. I want you to come to me and say, I want to kill your babies. That's the only way you're going to be able to communicate with me. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. If you continue with these questions, they're going to get to that point to where they're just going to have to say what their real intentions are. And that's the real beauty of the code, is that you countering propaganda. That's why I say I'm a counter racist. I am countering the system of racism with these questions and answers for you to prove what your intentions are. And I said, it is a tactic. It is a tactic because guess what? I asked the question, why is it that we're not happy with the hair we have? If you were talking about hair grease to make it, you know what I'm saying, whatever, that's one thing. But to cover it up with and I've seen now the kids are getting false teeth, these veneers. What are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? We're so far off of our love and our appearance and ourselves. It's so crazy. It's crazy that our children don't even want to be themselves in their prime. Wigs used to be an old woman game. False teeth used to be an old woman game. We got children out here now, 18, 19-year-old with veneers and hair wigs on because it's how much they hate themselves. The way that God made them, intentionally made them.
The pharaohs had false teeth. Maybe they pulling from their ancestors.
Could be, but hey, show it to me.
Pharaohs put the gold in their teeth.
Right, but this is where I ask a question.
Royalty did.
Right, but then that's where question and answers come in at. Can you show me where you know what I'm saying? I'm going to prove, you have to prove it to me.
Maybe it's genetic.
It could be. I don't like the genetic thing because that's how white supremacists love to get down because they love to say they're smarter than us in the genes. You know what I'm saying? They're on top because they got the better genes. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say. And because of the conditions they were raised. I've studied white supremacy. I'm heavy on BitChute. You know what I'm saying? Just to let you know. You know what I'm saying? I understand I understand their ideology.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you that we got the way we are because we was in those cold, harsh conditions, and we had to be. You Africans were down there with all that plentiful food, and you didn't have to think.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we dominate you. Nah, I ain't buying that, brother. You got to prove it to me. Prove it to me.
I told myself I wouldn't entertain your veneer argument. I did it anyway, and now we're arguing about veneers. We're not about to do this. I'm about to go to the phone lines. Mo, thank you very much for taking this debate. We need a part 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Now, let's be clear, Mo. Before we go, did you not text me and say it's time for us to argue?
I did say it was time for us to argue.
You texted me and said that, right?
Right.
Did I text you and say, Mo, it's time to argue?
No. You know why?
Wait, Mo. Wait.
Yes.
You texted me and said it's time to argue.
Mm-hmm. I did.
Okay.
Can I explain why I said that?
No.
Because you the one brought up, we need to argue. And like when you said water down, I was like, oh yeah, now it's time to argue. That was a rebuttal to you saying that we need to argue.
You texted me and said we're way overdue for another argument. Here we are. So whatever came of this, you asked for it.
And look, I'm not saying me and you had bad intentions. I'm saying how the world could perceive it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I made that disclaimer.
Yeah.
How the world can perceive it.
Yeah, I don't know if people would come away with this and say we have bad blood now. You know, the people who made cherry pick parts of this and say, look at these niggas fighting, they're not important. Right? Like, they're just not important people. Like, they don't really change things. They're not going to make the black community better or worse. So I don't really care.
My final thought is this. Why choose between what I'm saying and what you're saying? See, that's what we got to stop as black people. Why can't we both have valid points? You like I said, you're the high level, highbrow thinker. I'm down here on, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you an example, and I promise I'm done with this. When Black Islam came into America, you had the Nation of Islam, right? And they were very strict. You can't drink, can't do this, can't do that, can't do this. The 5%ers said, you know what? You ain't going to reach the common man with that. And then you're saying Clarence 13th had to create something that was for the common man. Not saying Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad was wrong, and not saying Clarence 13th was right, but I'm saying you have to have different ways of presenting it to different groups of people so they can understand it. That's right. Now wrap on that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Like, there are some people who going to come to this debate and say, I love how Mo thinks. They're going to be people that says, I love how Hotep Jesus thinks. But at least people get to see the different perspectives, right? Like, that's the whole point of all this, for people to see the different perspectives. And I think a positive came from this because they get to see the diversity of thought within the black community. They also get to see intellectual debate. They also get to see...
And nobody pulling up and killing each other.
Right. And they get to see Hotep Jesus catch another W.
I ain't even gonna see. You thought he accused me of throwing cherry bombs, but then he'll throw cherry bombs, and then I'll respond to it like he said about arguing, and then he'll put me on Front Street. So I'm not taking the bait on that one, brother. I am not taking the candy.
I threw that bait out there for you. You supposed to take
did.
that.
Yeah, you did. No.
right, I'm gonna see you for the next debate or argument, man.
All right, have a good one, brother. Hotep and Bill.
Hotep and Bill. I tried to get him. Let's go to the phone lines. We're gonna go to the phone lines. Text Hotep your name to 202-596-5631. 202-596-5631. I'll be right back after this short, brief commercial break.
Yeah, I can try to get that handled for you. Again, it's only my second day, so if you can give me a second. How am I supposed to do this? How the hell are we supposed to do this by 5 o'clock?
I have no clue.
Is that possible? Hey, do you have the password to... How'd you finish all your work already?
He's not tapped in. How'd you get that done so quick?
They think they're gonna be able to budget that?
It's money. That's money right there. You understand? You guys finished your work 6 hours early?
He's not tapped in.
Are you not entertained?
Strong that.
Is this not why you are here?
Are you not entertained?
Huh? Don't nobody put on a better show than the Hoteps. Let's go, baby. Strong Dad, what's good, Joe?
What's up? So, first of all, I'm not going to eat this whole steak because you know what I'm saying. There's just so much of it. So I'm gonna just stick to one particular point that I wanted to touch on, and then I'll let whoever else gather that. But before I do, two things.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing, I don't even know why you had this debate. Everything I said the other day literally buried everything he's been saying today and yesterday. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry that you had to, stretch yourself out a little bit, You know what I'm saying? I saw you got a little worked up, you know what I mean?
A little worked up. Nigga, I had to walk away. I don't think I've ever walked away from my stream.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Me or Goldstein could have easily done this while we was playing PlayStation, you know what I'm saying? So
I know, but he called me. I can't. I know I could have, but.
Yeah, it's like a battle between orcs, you know what I'm saying? He called you out. You gotta put on.
I can't punk, because then, you know what he would have said? Hotep Jesus should have took this debate, but he ran. You know what I'm saying?
He ran away.
Exactly. He sent one of his lieutenants to do his dirty work for him.
Exactly.
I couldn't do that. I thought about it, though. I was definitely about to sub one of y'all in, like, yo, go handle this nigga, please. But I couldn't do it.
Good. But secondly, I just want to clarify for Goldstein.
Oh yeah, y'all got y'all little back and forth. Go ahead.
First of all, it's not egregious. It's not egregious that two people's differing opinions find a point of intersection, and one of those people points that out. That's all. I'm not necessarily saying that my points, that your points are attributed to the things I said. I'm just saying there's a lot of intersection between the things that we were on opposing sides of, and that was the nuance that I was trying to point out in our debate. That's all.
Damn, I'm ready for part two. Especially after today.
We ain't got enough yet. Let's just be
work it up. I know.
But anyway, to the debate, because I listened to this whole thing while I was playing Far Cry, you know what I'm saying? I'm listening.
This nigga rocking out the Far Cry during the debate.
Yeah, I was playing Far Cry, you know what I'm saying? The wife was taking notes in the background, we just doing our thing.
Too? Shout out to wife.
Yeah, she's listening.
That's what's up.
So, listen, my thing, one of the things that I found egregious among all of the entire debate was the Monsanto thing, like, oh, I can't, how I'm supposed to farm, and like black people are breaking into homestead culture at a crazy rate all over the United States. You can literally find farms in the inner cities. You can find black people doing homestead shit in the inner cities. They got a whole network. You know what I'm saying? This idea that you can't grow your food because of Monsanto. What do you think? Why do you think white people get? They go to the white store to get the white grain, and then everybody else goes to fucking Walmart. Do you really think that white people got the white supremacy store for fucking chicken grain, and then everybody else goes to the niggas? No, no. Is YouTube not a fucking thinking? I knew jack shit about cars. I have fixed my car every time it's fucking broken down because of YouTube. We can learn almost anything at the touch of our fingers, but we complaining about the existence of white supremacy. White supremacy is a social thing at this point. It is a social thing because the lines are too blurred between all of us for them to be able to single out one of us effectively. Literally. They can't just isolate black people without isolating another group at this point because there's too many of us. If you hit black people financially, 2 other groups have to fall. That's not white supremacy.
That's true.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
That's it?
I'm not even gonna go further. That's it. I'm gonna stop it. I'm gonna chop it off right there because
I agree.
I'll
with you,
go too far. I'll go too far.
No, I agree with you, and I thought about a lot of things during this debate, and specifically, a similar angle to what you said, right? But I just know how Moe will counteract that. Well, the system of white supremacy, it'll attack its own too, and it's just like
nigga, do you need a Ghostbuster, my nigga? Is white supremacy never gonna leave you alone? That's all I'm saying is that white supremacy is only as powerful as you allow it to be in your daily life. And if individually each person gives it zero power, then collectively it can only gather its power from the few, from the minority. And that means it's only going to affect the minority. And basing your entire foundation off of one black scholar's work is a flaw in itself because they lived at a certain point in time that is different from our time, between access to information, to the amount of people, to the way that we live and communicate. They only worked off of what they knew, and everything evolves. All knowledge has to evolve in order for us to progress. If I only based everything I knew off of just the miseducation of the Negro, then I will be left miseducated because I've not gathered any European education to bolster the things that I already know about black people. It's not about relying on one view, one point in history, not white, not black, not Asian. You use everybody's historical view to understand how the world works and where you fit in it.
Yeah.
If you only focus from the black side, then you will be left disadvantaged in positions where black people have no power. But this is the same for any culture. Asians, the Chinese didn't have power here, and they adopted an economic strategy that black people keep talking about white supremacy won't let them adopt, but we can adopt it. They're not going to block your money. I'm gonna stop. I'm
so damn, what was I gonna say? Oh man, you went so long. I forgot what I was gonna say. You said something. What'd you say in the beginning?
About Neely Fuller? About
yes, that part. Yes. So when I listen to the greats, I look for the flaws.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when people listen to the greats, they want to take it as God's word. I don't do that with the greats. Like, you know who my master teacher is, Shaka Atmos. I argue with that nigga. He's still my master teacher.
Yeah, because you understand there's going to be holes in his expertise.
Absolutely.
This is how it is.
We had an argument about Hotepistan. Y'all won. Hotep Jesus lost that argument. It was about the beef. And I was like, yo, I talked to the scientist. He said it's a go. And what I did, I capitulated. So we got to understand, like, everybody's going to be flawed at a certain point. And I don't think we could just say, oh, it's Neely Fuller, it's MLK, it's Malcolm X, it's this, it's that. And I'm like, everything's going to be flawed. You need to take the good and lead the rest and learn from the rest. And that's what's key to a lot of this. And the whole, and the one thing, like I said, the one thing I learned in my transition from Ali Shakur to Hotep Jesus was I had to drop the white shit. I realized that was the common thing amongst all of the Hotep diaspora, whether you're a fucking FBA, Freedman, Hotep, Commission, 5%, more, Hebrew Israelite. What do they all have in common? White man bad.
That's right. That's right.
And I said, you know what? That's what I'm going to eliminate. Because obviously, all these motherfuckers is going the wrong way because they all following the same fucking doctrine at the end of the day. And you know what that comes back to? You know why? Many of them, I'm not going to say all of them. I don't want to indict the whole community. But some leaders in this movement know what this is about. And it's about having a boogeyman for control. Like the church uses the devil for control over the constituents. People, race hustlers, use the idea of white supremacy to keep people under a spell and say to white man, because it's a tool of control. Exactly, and that's in my first book, Dominate Twitter, where they use an enemy for a tool of control.
The same way that Tariq makes Africans the boogeyman against FBA, which keeps us separated,
which gives
broken,
him power.
fractured, and weak.
Yes. It gives him, but it gives him power. It gives his movement power. Because there's a clear and defined enemy. This is a key to galvanizing troops. You want to galvanize troops, you have to galvanize troops around an enemy.
And this is in the 48 Laws of Power also.
This is also in the 48 Laws of Power, correct.
So, and my last thing, because I like how he capitulated to the effectiveness, or not the effectiveness, to the truth of the document saying these things work, but simultaneously Pan-Africanism doesn't work.
Somehow Pan-Africanism doesn't work.
So is it Uchiwai? Is it one mic? Which one is it? Either it works and the FBI says we got to fuck this up, or it doesn't work and the FBI doesn't talk about it. But whatever. Hey man, somebody else. Hotep and Bill.
Hotep and Bill. Straw Dad on the check-in. Who we got next? Let me see who's in here. Let me talk to Rudy. I wonder what the white man got to say about all of this shit we talked about today. I'm going to get to all the callers. It's Friday. I have nothing to do today. So I'm going to get to all the callers, and then, so this might be a bit of a long stream. So go get your plantain and your popcorn. Black Falcon said, keep hitting them with facts, HJ. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Carlton Way, good debate, gentlemen. Y'all both making great points. Retro Neon, Hotep Jesus equals Booker T. Washington. Moe Factz equals W.E.B. Du Bois. Moe Factz makes Hotep Jesus look like Malcolm X. Thank you. Strondat, he says, FBA heads only get better at describing white supremacy. Understanding simple skills and nation building is the way to compete. I agree. Zantoven, member of the channel. Salute.
Call from
Rudy the Vet.
Yo, Rudy, hold on 1 second. Let me finish these super chats. Wait, I lost my spot. That one. Strong Daddy said Moe's been using rhetoric this whole time. His aversion to facts and scapegoating responsibility on white supremacy is why FBA ideology is bad. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Sophisticated Ignorance says, I think he means Hotep Jesus. Yeah, Hotep Jesus deflected throughout the debate, tiptoed around Moe Factz, tried to make him appear less intelligent, but trying to appear more intelligent, yet he got you with your own words. Hotep Jesus down. Next up, Strong Dad. Thank you for the super chat, the $10 super chat. And thank you for your opinion. Levels Healing Hub. Never underestimate the value of two minds exposing the polarity in our community's thinking. I love that. That's so great. Sophisticated Ignorance said, Hotep Jesus down. Goldstein and Strong Dad next. Come get some. Okay. It's a bit ambitious. It's a bit ambitious. Retro Neon says, I'm a cow supremacist. Shout out to Retro Neon. Rody, what's up, man? What do you make of today's debate, man?
What's going on? I think that the best part about the debate today was the fact that two men had a great argument on each side. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, just shook hands or like, look, I respect you. It's just a little bit difference of opinion. That was the best part about it, man. You
Yeah.
guys sat there and,
Appreciate that.
went at it toe to toe, blow to blow, and at the end of the day, man, it was peace, love, man. I'm gonna rock my way. You're gonna rock your way.
Yeah, and that's
I
not the
think
last
that-
time. You know, this is like what is it? Hearns versus who you know, part 3, all these
Hagler and
debates.
Hearns?
Hagler and Hearns.
This is
There you
Hagler
go.
and Hearns
This is
talk?
Hagler and Hearns.
Okay, I fuck with that. But look, listen. I like Moe. I've always loved his call-ins. I love his opinions. I think that Moe needs to pick up a little patience. And like I see Dr. Umar online, like there's nothing wrong with being pro-black, man. But there's a lot of, you know. And I see Moe, you know, a lot of white people, white people. But see, Moe's starting to realize, look, the conservatives are, you know, we're on the same page, man. I don't like the poison in the food, Monsanto. He's right on. But that's Monsanto's in every fucking supermarket besides the Whole Foods. You know what I'm saying? And who can afford the Whole Foods? The rich and the powerful, not the average Joe. I can't go to Whole Foods. I can barely feed myself a food line. How the fuck am I going to go pay for Whole Foods? You see, it's the haves versus the have-nots. And the have-nots got to get together. Like you see some of these NBA cats sit around these multimillionaires talking about, well, we never put our money together. Like, you got to start doing it, man. Got to start building. And that's where you came in with, like, build your own shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's you got to build your own, man. You got to build your own. But if you build your own, and you're going to be on some petty shit about skin color, then your shit's going to fail from the beginning.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like you said, man. Like, I got more in common with you than any of them lily white fucks out there in L.A. You know what I'm saying? So who am I going to build with? Am I going to change my style and change who I am to hang out with the lily white fucks in L.A. or the lily white fucks in D.C.? Or am I going to go up and fuck with the brothers from Jersey, man?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go fuck with the dudes from the Bronx.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Grifties.com.
And
Grifties coming soon. Tickets on sale now.
Right.
Big facts.
And that's like some, why do you think? That's some Joe Colombo shit, man. Joe Colombo, you know, him and Nicky Barnes got together and they blew up. I mean, it was some bad shit, you know what I'm saying, blowing up the heroin trade, but they worked together, dude. You know what I'm saying? They weren't, you know, and they became, you know, powerful in the underworld, but it's a start, man. I'm not saying necessarily on the underworld shit, but it was the power of, look, man, I'm going to get past your skin color, you're going to get past mine, let's build something together, man.
Right.
And I think Moe's on the cusp of that, though, because you heard him a few times talking about the red whites are seeing this, the red whites are seeing this, the red whites are seeing this. So he knows, you know what I'm saying?
He almost here.
Yeah, he knows.
He's going to be on Hotepistan soon. Give him some time. He's going to find a way. He's going to find his way.
He says that the white supremacy, the most powerful and rich and family on this planet is the House of Saud, dude. The Saudis, man. They got more money, more power than anybody on this fucking planet. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese, the Communist Party Chinese, it's about the haves and the wickedness at the top, and people like us that gotta just, man, fuck it, we'll build our own, dude. And that was the point that you laid out there, where you gotta start from basic economics. We gotta build more than them. Build your own clothes, do your own fucking thing, and break the fucking chain. And I think, but Moe's right there on the cusp, man. But I respect the fact both of y'all should. I mean, I've been in the hood my whole life. I've been in barbershops. I'm from Norfolk, fucking Virginia. I understood the conversation was never hatred at all. You know, some people listening might have been like, yo, man, these motherfuckers are at each other. I knew in the end y'all had lots of respect for one another, man.
Yeah, no, it was never on some I hate Moe and we got I would never let the conversation end like that.
Man, listen, dude, I've had arguments like that with friends before, man, where you just get live, dude. But in the end, it's all love, man. And that's the beautiful thing, man, is that two ideologies, two ideas, two things came together. And maybe, just maybe, we all came a little bit closer to one another's level today. That's all I got to say, man. Beautiful fucking debate, man. shout out to Moe Factz, man. Way to hang in there, man. Fucking shout out to UHJ, man. Interesting day, dude. It was a great conversation to listen to while I was lifting weights, man. I fucked with both of y'all, man. Hotep and Bill, brother. I'm out.
All right, Hotep and Bill, appreciate you, bro.
Yup.
AK, call in. Let's see what AK got to say. Who the fuck is? Who is this? Yoke Dog? After AK, I want to see who Yoke Dog is. What is Jonah saying here? I need to app whack for the YouTube trash. Jonah, I can't read that. I don't understand what you're saying there. I need someone to sit a table with me at the Grifties. I'm not doing solo. Lauren, listen, trust me, family gonna be there. I got homies coming. Don't worry. You gonna have. I'll put all my homies at your table. You're gonna be right at home. Don't you worry.
Call from
AK.
AK, what up, bro?
What up, man?
What's your
long time no talk, man? I've been working a crazy ass new shift. Kind of getting acclimated.
It's all good. So what is your feedback, your review of the debate today?
Yeah, no. Listen, I think listening to the debate kind of affirms for me why I actually tune in and listen to what you have to say and what the rest of Hotep Nation has to say and the way that you present information. You said something earlier, and I think it's important for people to really think big about this. All of these pro-black movements, the reason that they never ascended is because they're all reaching a point in which the next logical step in the order of information seeking is that you have to go beyond the idea of white supremacy because it does not hold any water. Once you get to a certain level and you push and you push and you push and you try and say there is this large esoteric system that's in power and you create all these excuses and terminology talking about white sacrifice, it eventually you are able to poke holes in it and you can either turn your eyes away from the truth and stay within your dogma of your belief system, or you ascend and become a Hotep. And that's what I think we witnessed, is that those arguments do have a place in when you're starting off and you're a baby and you're getting fed information, you start to get more and more knowledge and more knowledge. But in that pursuit of knowledge and truth, all of these people will reach this racial paradigm. And if you can't step beyond that, you're going to create a dogmatic belief system. And a prime example is how we kept on going to Nellie Foley Jr., right? Neely Foley Jr. is because part of that dogma is you go back to what the scripture says in this case, right? And you have to keep going back to it. It's because you can't ascend beyond it. And we're talking about the works of a man. We're not talking about the works of a God, right?
Yeah.
And so you're going to find fallibility, and that's the thing. In Hotep Nation, we understand that men are fallible. And because we're fallible, we want to, like you explained, I think, perfectly, you have to get all of these people together in a room because no one person has all the knowledge, right? Thomas Sowell talks about this, right? No one man has all the knowledge, because if that one man had all the knowledge, then he could solve all the problems of the world. And they've tried to do that numerous times throughout all of human history, whether you're talking about, the Shi dynasty, or you're talking about, the royal families in Europe, and you're talking about the Malian Empire. Not one man can have all the knowledge, and it always will break down because eventually that man will die.
Yep.
And then everyone's sitting there scrambling, saying, well, who's going to be our next supreme leader?
Right.
And so if you come with this idea that people individually, you get the best of the best through merit and all these different things, who's coming out with the best ideas that are being challenged, you come up with something better and bigger and better. And I think that's what this showed. I think Mo's almost there, man, because I actually believe that Mo does actually want to seek the truth.
Yeah,
I think
like I said, when I was talking about him being an agent, I said witting or unwitting, and I think he's just he's just an unwitting agent of CIA propaganda, which keeps black people tied. And one thing you understand about a lot of these movements, they've been co-opted. The works of MLK had a ghostwriter, right? That's not MLK's words. Those are the ghostwriter's words, right? So the ideology coming out of the Black Panther Party, the communists had infiltrated that. Russia did a great job of infiltrating the United States with communist ideology. Did a great job controlling Mao and propping Mao up. So, when we look at these concepts and ideologies, just some of them are just outdated or co-opted. But this concept of white supremacy and all of that stuff just shows that, he's just stuck in a certain mindset that is common. And that's why he's stuck in it, because it's common. That's everybody's just running around screaming white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. You're probably going to be the next person to go white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. Whereas some people like Hotep Jesus are like, let me think about that for a second. and then we differ.
And that's the key, right? Like, if you remember, and you and I were having this conversation about, collectivism, right? And you were like, you're stuck in this kind of mentality. And that's the thing, right? Is that you will get stuck in a dogmatic kind of run around chasing your tail unless you can ascend and say, okay, not one ism has it all right? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that you want to take the best of everything, right?
Yeah.
And this is something that I think that Moe, if he's listening or watching this back, he needs to understand that, like, when you create a dogmatic vision and then your idea is that you just stick to that, you're going to fall apart because it's never growing and expanding. Now, if you want to do that with religious texts, there's a place for it. But my fear is that a lot of these people will create white supremacy is their Bible, right? It's like it creates the entire world structure. You don't have to prove it to me. It just exists. It's beyond comprehension. I can list these things, and it comes back down to like this idea of like a faithful aspect. And I just want to say this. He mentioned that Black people, that maybe something's happening. And what I will say that I have noticed is it has nothing to do with white or Black, white supremacy or whatever. It actually has to do with populism, right? Our nation has had this kind of awakening moment that is breaking beyond these confined structures that we've had, where it's like populism isn't dogmatic. It's this kind of free-flowing, ebbing type of thing. And that's actually what is happening, is that there's a lot of people that are breaking out of that paradigm. And that's the place that Hotep has already been. Like, Hotep Nation is founded on breaking outside of this weird dual optic system that we have, right? Is, seeing that we have a duopoly. And I say this as a guy that's a Republican, but I'm not a guy that would like tattoo I'm a Republican for life or swear a blood oath. I use them as the tool that I believe is most helpful to what I am trying to do in my community. But I'm not so connected that I would die for the Republicans. That's absurd. But I think people are starting to break out of that. And that's why you're starting to see people change. It has nothing to do with breaking out of white supremacy. It just has that people are understanding that we as individuals coming together, and saying that we have common shared goals, that's the power. That's actually what people call white supremacy. It's there's a structure that wants to control the masses. And when people start to wake up and they start to break down all of these isms that have been created, it's like, holy shit, now the people are starting to have the power. And that scares the shit out of those that are in power, that sometimes are called white supremacy, but it's actually just like a global system of people that want to control other people, and race and creed doesn't really matter to these people. It's just about power. But yeah, man, that's my rant, man. Great job. I think it was a teachable moment. I know I was clowning in the chat because you got to take the shots when you want to take them. But overall, I think it was very constructive. And, I think Mo's a step closer, man. If he won't admit it right now, he'll eventually admit it.
I appreciate you, yo.
All right, man. Hotep and build.
Hotep and build. Doug call in. Sophisticated ignorance, $5 super chat. I hope I keep saying things you disagree with, because every time you disagree with me, you send me money. So I want to keep saying things you disagree with, so you can keep sending me money. I like that. But I really appreciate the money. It's crazy to say that people aren't sick in the head when you have a grown-ass man painting his nails and the masses that follow him and think his son is a girl. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but That's not what I see when I see black. When I think of black people, I don't think of D Wade. Like D Wade don't represent black people. I don't know how you even came to the conclusion that D Wade would even represent black people. I know real black people in real life, and they don't act like D Wade. They're actually opposed to that shit. You know, a good example of this is, you know, like again, so like, hold on a second, Doug. So he says the people are sick in the head, right? And you got a grown ass man painting his nails, and the masses follow him, right? But just the other day, we was watching It Is What It Is with Cameron and Mace got hella jokes about D Wade and his nails. So on one side, you're saying this is black people, and I'm looking at Cameron and Mace, two legends in hip hop, and they're pushing against that with a very popular podcast, and the streets is going, we agree with Cameron and Mace. So I don't know what black people y'all looking at. Doug, what up, man?
Hey, good afternoon.
What's going on?
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate you, bro. What you got on your mind today? What do you think of the debate?
Well, I didn't catch the whole thing. I only caught the tail end, but
Damn, you missed the good part.
I'm gonna listen to it again.
Okay.
The idea that I think that a lot of people kind of miss. I got a white homeboy. We've been partners forever, and this was back in '03. He told we were going to watch a game or some shit, and he said, I said, hey man, let's just pull over here to this bar and watch the game here. And he said, nah, you don't want to go in there. I go, why? He goes, they don't like black people in there. I said, really? I said, this is an Alabama-Florida game. I was like, they love their teams. Don't they? Roll Tide, right? He said, yeah, that's true. He said, but check this out. He goes, I'm going to tell you something, DJ. Hey, man, when there ain't no black people around, you will be surprised at the nigger shit that is talked. And he's the only white guy who's ever mentioned that to me. And so what I notice is all the white guys, they never talk about the dirt that really gets done, and it sickens me. So that's what I wanted to say.
That's real. That's real. I also don't think it's bad.
I didn't say it was bad.
I know.
I think it's bad either.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just responding to your statement because we do it too. We go, we key in front of white folks, but when it's the family reunion, we talk hella shit about white folks. Every group does this.
Yeah, in a sense, I would agree to that, but we come from a place of, it's like the younger brother always talks shit about the older brother.
Who's the younger brother in this?
Us. We're the defeated people. We're nothing. We have no leverage. What's our leverage? Say, oh, I won't play in your NBA no more. So what? What are we going to take away? We have no power. We have no power.
But but we're talking about the rhetoric behind closed doors. Everybody has rhetoric about black people and other people. When the Chinese people go and they close their doors, they talk shit about everybody. When the Russian people close their doors, they talk shit about everybody. Everybody talks shit about everybody when they close their doors. The difference is who's going to be honest about that, and that's what you highlighted, where you said this white man was honest about that, whereas some white people would be dishonest and say, that doesn't happen, and I look at them like, that's cap.
Right.
You know it happens.
Right.
Don't lie and act like y'all don't say this shit, because I'm going to tell you right now, we be saying cracker and peckerwood with the homies when we alone. Now, does that mean that I hate white people and all of that shit? No. Everybody knows I fucks with my white homies, but the conversation's different when I'm talking to my niggas.
You know, I try to stand on being who I am with people. I was one of them black dudes who grew up in the hood, who had a strong dad, who learned how to read and all that good shit early. But then I was fortunate enough to go to private school. So I was around the gringos from 7th grade to 11th grade. So I know that there's white people that hate each other. They got beef. They got real beef. They can't stand each other, for sure. right? So I've been exposed to them, like from sleepover, slumber parties. I've been to bar mitzvahs, I've been to bat mitzvahs, all that stuff, but still never disconnected myself from being black. So it's a weird place to be in, because there's not a lot of us. Most black people don't know white people. Most white people don't know black people.
Right.
That's what I'd say.
That's true.
So there's this great divide of everybody just talking about their only exposure is whatever they see on the internet. Most black people ain't like what you see on the internet. Most white people ain't what you see on the internet.
Facts. That's what I be telling black people. I'm like, you think you know white people? You have no idea what white people are like.
Right.
They are a very diverse group.
For sure. And hey man, that's all I had. I know you got a bunch of callers, but I love listening to your show, brother, and keep doing it, man. Hotep and Bill.
Hey, I appreciate you, Doug.
Thanks, man. Bye.
I like callers like Doug. I really like Doug. Like, I have a picture in my head of what Doug looks like. Doug's a good guy. People always say to me, Hotep Jesus. I remember somebody said to me, they said, don't you want to reach the black community? And I'm like, nigga, you don't think I'm reaching the black community? It's like niggas act like you come watch my show when it's only white people here. And I'm like, black people listen to me. When I go out in the street, white people recognize me and black people. In fact, I get stopped more by black people than white people. So yeah, that's just so weird to me. Now, let's talk about locker room talk. I'm at the point in my life where I like to practice goodness. I like to practice being in the resonance of love. So I don't do locker room talk when the doors are closed. But I'm guilty of entertaining it. Like if somebody says Peckerwood cracker and all this shit, I'm gonna be like, hey, don't say that. I'll laugh along and I'm like, but I don't use that language. You know what I'm saying? But we as a people, when I gather with my family, they talk shit about white people. And again, I'm not saying it's right or I'm saying it's wrong, but it happens. But if you got white people out here and they talking about, oh, this shit don't happen, it's cap. You know y'all be saying a nigga. I swear, I think that when white people get off of work, they go home, they close the door, and they just scream nigga at the top of their lungs. That's just what happens in my mind. But again, that's still the black nationalist in me that has not left. And I know it's not true, but I'm sure some people do that. As soon as they get in their car, they're like, nigga. We're going to have, what's his name? Brendan the Machinist. Brendan the Machinist is going to call him. We got a couple more callers to get to. But sophisticated ignorance, the culture's pushing back against that D-Wade shit, man. That's just a fact. The culture's pushing back. Many minds are captured, by, Hollywood and music, and they're slaves to the check. I saw somebody the other day say, Hollywood is blackballing actors who have taken sides with Palestine. You should expect that. You should totally expect that. Like, if this was Hotepistan, and let's say you came and you acted in a Hotepistan movie, right? And Hotepistan was at war with another group. And you go to your Instagram and you go, I'm on the side of these other people. Hotepistan is practicing genocide. I'm not putting you in no motherfucking movies again. You an insurgent. You should expect to get blackballed. If you didn't expect to get, if you haven't read The Room, I'm gonna help you read The Room. Jews created Hollywood. They control that shit. That's they shit. And if you gonna turn your back on them after, what do they always say? Don't bite the hand that feeds you. But the ignorant thing is to think the Palestinians give a fuck about you. Them motherfuckers was conquering. You got to remember that area was considered the Ottoman Empire. And until the British Empire conquered the Ottoman Empire, there would be no state of Israel. There would be no Palestine. That's all Ottoman Empire. You think Africa wasn't at war with the Ottoman Empire as they conquered North Africa? That's your enemy, black people. Historically. So I don't even know what the fuck. Y'all picking one enemy and another enemy, and none of the motherfuckers like you. Keep your mouth shut and go fucking act in a movie and be quiet, man. Fuck is wrong with y'all? Brendan the Machinist, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
What's good with him?
I want to congratulate you on winning the debate. Because one of your main points is learning to be productive. You got him, Moe Factz, saying that non-constructive behavior was the problem.
You say what was the problem?
Moe Factz said non-constructive behavior is the problem in the last few minutes of the debate.
Oh, yeah.
Non-constructive behavior is non-productive behavior. Same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I thought you got him to come around to your point in the end without, full acknowledgement, but that almost never happens in debates.
No, that's not going to happen in a debate.
And then another point, one critical flaw that I think in Moe Factz thinking was considering white supremacy as trying to protect the white race. Because when you look at the white countries, Europe and America, what are they doing right now? I mean, who was that English dude you talked to a couple weeks ago complaining about importing migrants from the Arab world and the African world and diluting the white race?
Moe Factz going to tell you it's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice for white supremacy.
Yeah, we just want to shrink our numbers more and more and more, But it's to protect ourselves.
Let's kill off white people so we can protect ourselves.
Yeah. Start massive war, kill millions of them.
Again, I can't follow that line of thinking. I get what he's saying. I just can't follow that line of thinking. That's not the case of what's happening. A few people have power. They're looking out for themselves and their families, and they don't give a fuck about white people or black people.
Exactly.
Appreciate you, man. You have anything else?
Hotep and builds.
Oh, okay.
No, I think I'm good on that. I'll let you get to the rest.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate your comments.
Hotep and builds.
Hotep and builds. We got White Mike calling in, a.k.a. Fresh Mike. Let's get the update from White Mike. Shout out to White Mike putting together the Grifties. You think we could put all this shit together without white people? Taylor, Trish, Brody, now Mike. Who else am I missing? Leah. White people helped build Hotepistan. White people helped build Hotep Nation. You'll never convince me to do anything otherwise. I will work with people based upon their personality.
Call from
White Mike
and their skill set. White Mike, what up, man?
Good afternoon. Happy Friday, Hotep Nation. Yes, man, what a debate. Wow. I just got to tell you, man, I felt like Jim Ross is a famous WWE announcer, and there's a point at one of the matches where he was like, let him go. That man's dead. Enough. When have you had enough, sir? And I really wanted to, about an hour and a half in, it would be like, that man's dead, Hotep Jesus. That man's dead. Let him go. Here's the thing. He made some important points, right? No disagreement that he made some important points. The problem is when you were like, okay, I see your point. Here's the solution, or here's why you're not approaching this correctly. And then we try to move on. He's like, but cheeseburgers, bro, they're racist. And you were like, what? I can't do this with you.
It's very frustrating.
Every time. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, good job on your part, but he made some very valid points. All respect to him, but man, it was like, yeah, dude, like sometimes you got to take that little punch. Like, okay, you lost that exchange, now keep rolling. Don't you know what I mean? Go look over here, look over here. So, but all G on that, man. Great debate there. And I wanted to say, as you were talking about like locker room talk and stuff. That's why comedy is so important. Man, there's nothing like having, because, in the beginning of comedy, it's very diverse. You're backstage with a black dude, a white dude, a lesbian woman, and a Latino dude, or Latino, and you're all talking, and you all have different viewpoints and ideas. Mm-hmm. But, what happens is that what you find funny in your home, you bring to the stage. Right? Mm-hmm. Your ability to be funny and make your family laugh is what gives you that idea you can be a comedian.
Yes.
So it's one of those things where we can laugh about our differences. It's disarming. It's the one thing fear hates. And as you know, fear leads to violence a lot of times, that kind of thing. Fear hates laughter. Fear hates comedy. Because if I'm laughing with you and we're laughing about differences and it's like, what the hell is up with white people and ham sandwiches? Y'all love them shits. Like, what is it? And I'm like, I get part of it because Cubans are good, but the hams, really? With extra and we're laughing about that, and that kind of thing, that's huge, So, that's a big deal, I think.
My whole life, I wanted to be a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, man. I mean, we still working on that, but
we still working on you. Facts. I haven't even hit that arc yet. It's coming soon, and it's starting with the Grifties.
Yeah, it is, and that's why the Grifties are so important. Some of the best comedians alive today are going to be there, making people laugh, bringing people together, and that's the key, man. I'm so excited for everybody going to be there because you're going to be able to look at a room of people that represent Hotep Nation well, and it's going to be all races, all colors, all creeds, different religions, Yep. But we all know one thing, and it's like these traditional modes don't serve us, don't serve the people, and don't work, and we're being lied to a lot, and until we can find HJ and the greater Hotep Nation and learn, so absolutely on that. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's all I had. I know it's been a long day for you.
What's the lineup for the Grifties?
So far, man, I got the new one I got locked is Luke Radowski of wearechange.org. Pew, 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 pew.
Damn, we got all the Tim Cass except Tim Pool.
No. There's lots of it. Yeah, that's well, Luke is powerful. Luke just features there, but he was the first. He's the only man ever. Since it's been by, he was the only man to ever step foot on Epstein Island, like break onto the island.
Really?
And there's a whole video. Yeah, he brought, after Epstein was arrested and it came out, him and one other dude took a boat and he illegally went on that island and filmed it. He was the first one to show us those weird temples and shit. That's Luke. You know what I mean? That's how Tim tapped him. I mean, Luke's been out there doing the work for a long time. So all love for Luke. And then, when Tim went off, that anomaly video you covered the other day, and Tim went off on the dude, it was Luke he was going off on.
That's
Luke was the
right.
guy.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Luke. That's the guy we bring. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So, very Hotep vibe.
So, we got Luke. Who else is coming?
We got Alex Stein. We got Chrissy Marr. We got HJ himself, the man on the phone and on your TV and on your computer screen right now. Of course, Unc going to be in the building, keeping everybody in check. You know what I'm saying? Very excited because this young man, I think, is the next gen of the Hotep Nation. Very excited.
What Anomaly say? Anomaly, we told him I'll fly him out here. He not coming?
Yeah. I can't announce he's 100 yet.
Yeah.
There's two people that are.
Yo, go tag
real
Anomaly.
big hitters.
Tell him. Hotep Jesus said, "Bring your ass to the Grifties." I was gonna say something more disrespectful than that, but I know he gets emotional. Tell him bring his punk ass to the Grifties. We got Sonny Johnson.
We got Sonny Johnson as well, coming, hitting, bringing it heavy. We got Sam Tripoli hitting hard. Cannon Hotep bringing it hot and heavy and hard. Man, it's going to be huge. Once again, I've got two large names. One of them is said, man, let me just make sure I can do it. And he's locked in. And I'll give y'all a hint. He's larger than life, and you can watch him on TV on the #1 late night show. That's all I'll say. And you guys figure the rest out.
I love it.
Man, I'm excited about everything, man, and just a great debate. I was just so blown away with man, how he brought up intelligent voice, like, oh, there's one, and you're like, well, no, let's actually break this down properly, and then it was like, oh, okay, cool. So brilliantly done, man. So good.
Thank you,
stuff.
man. I try to give you guys range. I try to give you guys emotional passion, calm, cool, collected, and everything in between. I try to give it all.
Yeah, well, a human. That's the reason I think people.
The New Jersey side of me, I try to bring it all out.
Wearing Tim's. I know you're wearing Tim's right now. We just can't see it.
Yeah. I had to bring the Timbs to the debate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, man, a debate's like a cage. I tell people, man, it's like, fighting or a ring. If we go in, we may be brothers, but if we go in there, I'm going in there to knock you out with all due respect.
With all due respect. With all due respect.
Shout out to Rudy, by the way, man. That's a good man. Shout out to the nation. We appreciate y'all.
Yaspo? I think he said he was trying to reach out and get your number to talk.
Yeah, we connected. We connected.
Cool.
So
right,
I wanted to make sure he got a Sam Tripoli ticket, like on me. So I want to make sure he got a good seat for that show the night before.
That's dope. Yeah, because he loves Sam.
Yeah,
so he'll be there the night before.
Yeah, so I took care of him on that because, I owe him one, man. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him willing to fight with me, step in the ring. So I
if that never
that.
happened, I don't even think we'd have a Grifties.
Yeah. Well, man, it's like any other thing like it. Like you were saying, I think it was yesterday, you were like, no, it was last night on the show, you were talking about how important Dana White was.
Yeah.
And how important, and I'm like, well, I see kind of similar stuff in you. And you realize it's really important to platform people, even if they're wrong. You're like, I can put them in a ring because they will get beat down. It doesn't affect, I'm the guy that's putting it together and making it happen for everyone.
Yeah.
And that's valuable, man. So, yeah.
I appreciate you, man. Hotep and Bill.
Appreciate y'all. Hotep and Bill. Hotep is for the children. Have a blessed weekend, y'all. I'm out.
All right. Jonah, I ain't forget you. Sophisticated ignorance. He says, Hotep Jesus and Moe, we're talking to two different groups of people. The group of people that wants to replace white supremacy with their ideology and the group that wants it dead. Now, I do want to correct this because a lot of people say this about Hoteps. And jokingly, I say, you damn right, I want the white man's seat. But I got to be honest with you. We're not thinking about white supremacy. We're not thinking about people. Again, we take on. So one side of the argument is feminine. The other side is masculine, right? And the masculine side loves competition. That's why sports are the way they are, because men love to compete. So when I look at white supremacy, I'm not looking at it like, oh, my God, you're so bad. I'm looking at it like, oh, OK, you got that last touchdown. Watch this. That's how I'm viewing this thing. Now, let's remove white supremacy from the conversation completely, because that's not what we do. We don't even think about white supremacy. What we're talking about is building something. We say Hotep and build, okay? So we're over here building. We build with all different types of businesses. We're not thinking about replacing white supremacy. It's even juvenile to come up with such a concept. It's very juvenile, actually. It's extremely juvenile to have the ambition of destroying white supremacy. It's overambitious, assuming this thing exists, right? It's like when you're 20 years old and you think you can stop world hunger. No, you can't. And this is why it's very important for us to study history and study a lot of history, which is what I love to do. And when you study history, what you see are cycles, and empires are cyclical. There's going to be a rise and there's going to be a fall. And what you'll notice is about the rise and fall of these empires is they actually have nothing to do with outside groups. It really has a lot to do with their own ability to insulate and unite. For example, when you're talking about the destruction of Africa, they failed with insulating their minds. This is why the Jewish community works so well, because they practice insulation. They're not taking on your ideology. They're not taking on your religion. But when you have something as diverse as Africa, and you introduce concepts like Islam to a people, you've got a people that are afraid now. What happens is, this is from Chancellor Williams' Destruction of Black Civilization. You got one set of people who decide, I'm going to become Islam, and another group of people that practice whatever they practice, African religion, whatever it may be. Worship Akhenaten, I don't know. Fact of the matter is, at some point, they're going to bump heads. And they're going to have to choose sides. And one side chose Islam. And that really fractured Africa. Islam fractured Africa. All Also, economics. When you look at those things, you start to see that Africa could not be conquered without cooperation from other African empires / tribes. So there was some cooperation. It wasn't the white man just came and took over. He could not do that. The continent's way too big to do anyway. You know, it's just way too fucking big. Especially you're not going to do it with the technology they had. Even if they did have the muskets and shit, you know, they were not going, it just wasn't possible. You still have to deal with the terrain and all of that. The sun. But when you look at the Roman Empire, there's a rise and there's a fall. The Greek Empire, there's a rise and there's a fall.
Call from
Steph Colonel.
Hold on, Steph. The British Empire, which we're still witnessing the rise of. I mean, when you think about this whole concept of white supremacy, it's very adolescent. It's very new. I mean, you're talking about something that only came to be within the last maybe 100 years. Like realistically, right? Because if we start where Moe Factz starts at 1493 with the Spanish Empire and them moving into South America, you know, this is the beginning of the conquest for the West. And then, you know, Britain and all these places really began to get their power because of their conquering of America. And then they circle back and go after Africa and try to outlaw things like slavery. You get the wars over there on the coast of Zanzibar and all of that stuff happens. And then they try to pretend like the British Empire stopped slavery because of moral. No, they stopped slavery because it was an economic advantage. It was a war tactic. But you talk about like European power, like how do you even talk about European power without the story of Russia? Like Russia, the history of Russia alone dispels the myth of white supremacy. Alone. Steph, what's up, bro?
What up? What up?
What's good with him, man?
Hey,
what you think of the debate today?
I think the debate was well, first of all, I think the debate was productive because it honestly might be a red pill for people wanting to stop thinking about white supremacy, because everything Moe Factz argued at this point makes me just think it's a bunch of nonsense anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at. But also too, you know, son, there's some irony here. Well, with me anyway. Right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the very first videos I watched of yours was a video that you did. I think it's going to be 10 years old that you did this video this year, right?
Damn.
You had a video that said I'm paraphrasing now, but it said, you know, you have black folks with a face of white supremacy, something of that sort. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Black people are the face of white supremacy or some shit like that. Yeah. Okay. I vaguely remember. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I at the time when I found your channel, I was kind of like along the lines of the same thing, and it just happened to pop up in the algo, and I was just like, oh shit! Now this dude's speaking my language. You know what I'm saying? so it's crazy now that, you know, 10 years later, and we're 10 years later, how this platform has just grown and this community has just grown and expanded, and we're just like, yo, we're past that. Like, we're way past that, and I feel like Moe, even though I get where he's coming from, I understand about, you know, systems, people being oppressed and whatnot. You know, you have to understand that it's a game out here. People gotta know how to play the game. People gotta know how to move correctly. People gotta know when to pick and choose their battles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think some of us are just better than others when it comes to battling. So it is what it is. You conquer or be conquered. That's how I feel in these days. And just like I said, we're just past it. And I love this community because
see, the thing with us, nobody's thinking about one-upping anybody in the community. We're all trying to add and build each other up. We're trying to build the collective up together with our different skill sets. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're always at, and I think that's where the disconnect comes in between you and Moe per se, or I guess when Moe is speaking to this audience. You know what I'm saying? Because maybe the other audiences, like on the Twitter and the FBA spaces, they'll resonate with what he's saying.
Yeah, because that's the doctrine they follow.
Yeah, exactly. So
talk about the white man. Yeah.
Exactly, and there's honestly there's nothing productive behind it. Like how many more decades are we going to keep having this conversation about white supremacy? We're going to be 60 years old talking about some fucking white supremacy? Yo? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like, come on. You know?
That video you talking about, you can't even get that.
Yeah, I know, because
I made that private.
That shit.
I don't even remember why.
That's exclusive.
That's an exclusive right there. Yeah, you're going to have to join my locals to get that.
Yeah. That was a really interesting video, along with a lot of the other videos you produced back then, man. So
appreciate you.
Stuff is aging well as usual.
Yeah.
And yo, let me ask you, them VIP seats at the Grifties, it's two to a ticket, right?
Ask Fresh Mike.
Oh, I gotta ask Fresh Mike on that one. All right.
I
thought it was two. I could be wrong, but
I think it's
right.
one. But
one?
I don't know. I talked to Mike. He knows. I got handlers and shit, so I'm retarded when it comes to that.
Roger that. This as long as all you gotta do is show up and just present the awards and be the entertainment. That's all you gotta do. You ain't gotta do all that extra shit.
That's what I want to focus on, right? I think it's more productive for the nation to have it happen that way. Because if I'm doing everything, I can't focus on producing a good show.
No, absolutely, man.
Yeah. So I want to read something here, right? And this comes back to the tactic. So this is called A Special Report by Blair Warren, okay? And this is a book about sales. And it says this is and I've read this before. You may have heard this before. 1 sentence persuasion course. 27 words to make the world do your bidding. And it goes like so. And this is like the key to the grift. I'm about to give y'all the key to the grift right here. It says, people will do anything for those. Actually, let me bring this up on the screen. This would be interesting to have as a visual. People will do anything. And then let's type in Blair Warren and see if it pops up. Here we go. Perfect. Found it. Let's just put this on the screen. And it says right here, Blair Warren, famous quote. It says, people will do anything for those who encourage their dreams. Okay? Encourage their dreams. That's first step. Encourage their dreams. This is how you build a cult. Okay? Justify their failures. You know, Hotep Jesus ain't doing that shit. You know I ain't doing that shit. I am not justifying your failures. Ally their fears. I will do that. I do not want anybody to stay in a fear state, right? Confirm their suspicions. Sometimes I might do that, but we're very pragmatic about that. But here's the greatest part. Help them throw rocks at their enemies. That's the key to this. So when you have these different movements that pop up, this is what they play on. Just help people throw rocks. If you see a group of people, they hate Palestinians. If you come along and provide dirt on Palestinians, they're all going to love you. If you got a group of people who hate Jews and you come around, you find every single thing that Jews have done wrong, they're going to love you. If you have a group of people who think white people are the enemy and you go dig up all the dirt on white people, you can be their leader. It doesn't take much. And this is a doctrine I don't follow. I refuse to do that. And if we're going to talk about the enemy, we're going to be very specific, and I'm going to let you know who the enemy is.
Right. We're not here to confirm or reaffirm biases. That's why I'm even listening to the debate. I'm kind of I'm kind of rooting for Moe. I'm like, I want to see Moe get you out of here a little bit. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I want to see him put some numbers up on you. You know?
Yeah, you want to see a good fight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because that's just what it is. Even though I probably agree with most of the stuff you're saying, sometimes we gotta have some kind of disagreement and whatnot, and that's
Absolutely.
that's what separates this community from the rest of these mofos on the internet. Because again, all they literally want is bias confirmation. But it doesn't take much for them to think. They don't have to apply any kind of critical thinking whatsoever to get that little confirmation, get that little rush of dopamine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also one more thing before I get out of here. While we're on the subject of quote white supremacy, how come we never hear that shit from no white supremacists, y'all? If we're going to talk about white supremacy next time, could we platform some white supremacists? Like I'm just saying.
I be trying.
Like,
I brought one on the last week.
I'm just saying, like,
and they be complaining about the same system that Moe complaining about. I'm confused.
Yo, this is what I'm saying. I'm like, I need their point of view, because I feel like if anybody could explain it, it would clearly be them.
Yeah.
But they're the ones always getting like left or shut out the conversation. Everybody I hear from is black, so it's just like, yo, can I get some white input on this shit?
Yeah, I got some white supremacists. We're looking to schedule on the show. White nationalists, Christian white nationalists. One of them we kind of gotta sneak our way into getting them interested in doing the conversation. But I'm very much interested. I want to know, you're a Nazi? Cool, let's talk it out. Let's figure out, what the fuck is going on here. I'm very interested. I'm not scared of these.
Exactly. People. Why do you think the way you do? What's some historical context? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. I want to hear them out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for tuning in and the consistent support, man. I'll see you at the Grifties.
Yes, sir. Hotep and Bill, bro.
Hotep and Bill. Jonah, call in. Another thing I want to say, he said, we want to replace white supremacy. Another group wants it dead. Again, we're not thinking about white people. And if you watch Hotep's Been Told You, I play the character of a black nationalist on that show for the purpose of inducing a Uncle Hotep rant. So when people watch that show, they think they're getting my real opinions. And I'm like, no, it's a show. It's supposed to be fun and interesting, and the epic Uncle Hotep rants. Like, and some people caught on. They like, yo, Hotep Jesus is just trolling. Somebody last night sometimes said he's harvesting Uncle Hotep's energy. And it's true. Like, but I love playing devil's advocate. Like, how do you even understand what somebody's, like, for example, you come in a room, you have argument A, argument B exists, but I agree with your side. How do we even extrapolate more of what you understand about argument A unless I come with argument B? And I love playing the devil's advocate because it extracts.
Jonah.
Like, sometimes I'll play devil's advocate and then Uncle Hotep will say some real epic shit to combat it. And I'm like, ooh, I never thought about that before. So I'm collecting ammo by playing devil's advocate. You know what I'm saying?
I wish all the black people were as smart as Hotep Jesus. And I wish all the white people were as smart as Hotep Jesus. And I wish all the Hispanics were as smart as Hotep Jesus. Because that guy, he really gets it. He knows how to boil it down.
Jonah, what's up, man?
Not much. At first, I'll say, as a former white supremacist, all you're going to find is a bunch of fucking broke-ass motherfuckers. and as a teenager, I got duped into that shit through the media, whatever, but, you're not finding anyone at the top now. If we're really going to go into white supremacy, I just need to know, when was it? Was it when all the white males were sent off to Europe to die fighting their cousins? Was it when the Rockefellers had Kinsey raping their kids? Was it when they came back and, the manufacturing empire of the world? And then when I was living in Windsor and Detroit in the 90s, NAFTA came and all the white people and the black people were fucked. When was the white supremacy in that narrative?
Go off, Jonah. Go off,
Now,
Jonah.
Let's go ahead. Who was the fucking president during World War II? A banking cabal Hittite. Now, I sent you some pictures, right? And I'm going to show how, we all talk about false flags, but let's talk about the flag. Now, the flag is, like when I was skinhead, we wore boots and braces. When you join a team, you wear a jersey. The flag is what makes you. It's your symbol. So the flag is always what gives you away. So I sent some pictures there. I don't know if you're pulling them up, but
Oh, you sent them to me? Where? You sent it to the DM?
In the text.
Oh, text? Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Hold on.
So the first three there, that goes back 600 BC, the Hittite Empire. You'll see the double-headed eagles of a gash or Ninurta. So again, you say put it on the Assyrians, but the Assyrians never actually had the double-headed eagle. That was when the Hittites came around.
Uh-huh.
Then I show you, you have there the Byzantine Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the Freemasons.
Mm-hmm.
Then you look at the Rothschilds' coat of arms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have the two eagles, right? They're real smart. They actually separate them, but it's still the double-headed eagle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you'll see the gold and the silver, which is duality. Because their god, the double-headed eagle, sees the future and the past.
Mm.
The gold and the silver. So you got that on the papal keys, right? So then all these are the same bloodline, and they're not white. They're Hittite, which is Canaanite family. If you want to go through the biblical or whatever. Now, why are they so comfortable moving to China? Do you know why?
Why?
Because, actually, I'm just pulling this up here, and of course, my computer's going to freeze. So if you look up Fuxi and Nuwa, which is the brother and sister, the Adam and Eve of the Chinese Empire.
Fuxi? And who?
Fuxi.
Yeah.
Nuwa.
Wait. Fu what?
Fuxi.
XI. Okay, I'm sorry. I see Fuxi and Nuwa.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it? What
Tell
you
me
want me
what
to
they have in
find?
their hands. Tell me what they have in their hands.
Hold on, I'm trying to look. I see a snake with a head on it.
Yeah. It's the brother and sister.
Yeah. Hold on.
What do they have in their hands?
Hold on. Let me get the. What is that?
Compass and square, 5,000 years ago.
Oh shit.
No shit. It's the symbols that gives these fuckers away. Like I say, we call it a false flag because what's the purpose of a false flag? You don someone else's jersey so you think it's them. Well, these fuckers are wearing their jersey in front of us all the goddamn time, and we just sit back and say, hey, it's the black people hold me down. It's the white people hold me down. No, it's the fucking bankers. They've been doing it since day one. And you know why they have their god that shows the future and the past? Because go back to Babylon, what'd they do? They burned the fucking city to the ground so you don't know it. You go back to Assyria, they burned the fucking Nineveh to the ground. You go back to Alexandria, they burned it to the ground. Carthage, burned it to the ground. Because then you get rid of history. They know the history, and we're too fucking stupid to open our ours.
There's Fuxi right there. There's Fuxi and Nuwa right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So again, too. No. Again, let's just look at the banking family. So let's say Kissinger and Nixon was in on it, but Nixon, it's really funny because Nixon won 49 states, but they still got him out after he sold whatever jerk they had on him was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But FDR, right?
Mm-hmm.
Banking cabal.
Mm-hmm.
Kissinger,
Mm-hmm.
banking cabal, because he's with the Rockefellers all the way. So again, the Rockefellers, when he's talking about why doesn't China collect, because fucking they're in debt to the Rockefeller the same as USA is.
That's true. That's true.
Rockefeller holds all their debt. It's straight in David Rockefeller's memoirs. They put China in debt before they allowed him into the World Trade Organization.
Moe Factz gonna say that's proof of white supremacy.
It's okay, but Rockefeller ain't white. They're eugenicists. They don't give a fuck. They're not.
Oh my Lord.
Man, it's just like I said. I say this all the time too, and the Jewish is a real good one to say it about, right? And a Jewish Malthusian don't give a fuck about a yarmulke.
This is true.
A Malthusian will kill you just the same, even if you're in their family, as long as it's their purpose, right?
All right, Jonah, that's enough for today, man. You done gave the people too much, man. Lighten up, man. Appreciate you for calling in. Be ready Monday.
Hotep and Bill, but I had to answer who's the people in charge. I can answer it because I haven't followed the flag, not the narrative.
Right. Appreciate you, bro.
Hotep Bill.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, you do not want to fuck with me in a debate. I will call Jonah up ASAP, be like, yo, give me some notes. And Jonah will give me the notes. I'll call Strong Dad, give me some notes. Like if I seriously had a debate and I really wanted to prepare, I could just prepare with Strong Dad. Like I could, if I wanted to like really debate Moe, like really Oxford style debate. I could have called Goldstein. I could have called Strong Dad and Jonah and say, yo, give me all my arguments. But that would have been unfair. Ohio Tap, what's good, yo?
What up?
He said Jonah needs his own show. Yeah, he do.
Yeah, he do. Yeah.
What you got, man? You high as hell, ain't you?
No, man. Jonah just blew my mind, though, because I was familiar with, and I'm still becoming a little bit more familiar with some of the mythology, but I'm familiar with Nuwa and Fushi, but I had not connected those two things yet.
The compass in the square?
Jonah always like one step ahead, man. Jonah always one step ahead.
He gonna always take you right back to Babylon, Mesopotamian, and the Hittites. He gonna take you back there every single time. Like, why y'all keep talking about this Freemason shit? This is Hittite. He gonna tell you. It's right there. Fushi and Nuwa. Y'all learned something today. This is why you watch this channel. Pure gem. Nothing but gold drops from this channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting better, Stuart. He is getting better. Yeah. So what do you think of the debate today, man?
That was on. I like that. It was a nice back and forth.
Thank you.
I don't know. Mo was a little. I don't know. He's a little bugging a little bit, but it's a good conversation. I just happen to have. I've been watching a lot of debates and shit because I like, the same shit you said. I like playing devil's advocate myself a lot.
Yeah.
But I also like just like analyzing people's debates. And I've been analyzing them a bit differently. I've been just analyzing the logical arguments. I've been watching this one cat that likes to break them down with the logical analysis, like basically breaking down the fallacies. And like who's making the fallacious argument, whether they're right or not, kind of breaks it down, like whether your argument is actually like using sound reasoning. And I was actually picking up on a lot there, during that debate that a lot of the reasoning that he was using wasn't very sound. And I think that sometimes that's actually where the issues might come from, even with the solutions that you're pitching, If your conclusions aren't sound, like if your logic isn't sound for your argument, then you're only gonna come to an illogical conclusion, right?
Yeah. That's what I was saying before about, studying from ancestors like Nelly Fuller Jr., et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, I'm listening to these motherfuckers, but I'm also looking at, from a strategy point of view, what do I do with this information, right? John Henry Clark said something, but John Henry Clark, I think one of the two most impactful things John Henry Clark once said, he said, I only debate my equals, everyone else I teach. And the other one was, we have no friends, right? And he was, I can't remember anybody else. I'm sure somebody else may have said this, but he was like one of the first people I saw that was like, y'all worried about white people. Like, nigga, all these motherfuckers don't like us. And that's my thing. Like, when it come to white supremacy, I'm like, y'all just worry about white people. Nigga, like, white people about to get taken over by the Chinese man, and you don't want to be under that Chinese man rule. He not going to be as nice as that white man. That white man is very nice compared to that Chinese man. So, you better pick your rulers wisely. You get white supremacy out the paint, you getting Chinese supremacy, and that shit ain't cool. So I'll take America over China any day.
They honest about it too. Like, they ain't even hiding it.
They
like,
not even gonna hide it.
You know, they telling you they want to take over.
Word. Yeah, but no, I think today was an epic day, historical, another classic debate. I knew it would be. Like I said, Moe texted me and he said, "Yo, we're overdue for an argument." And when I saw that text the other day, I thought that was a good reason to incite an argument. And we had it, and it was great. It was great. It was great. I really appreciated his time and his efforts. And I'm glad we were able to have that for the community to see, because the community needs to see my perspective. I think the community too much sees the white man bad perspective and not seeing the logic behind, removing the white man from the equation. I think that's super important to at least see. You can continue on and think, white supremacy, whatever, but you need to see the other side of the argument.
Yeah, always got to see that. And you always got to consider the other side of the argument too, because, this was, I know I didn't get to comment on this last week when you were talking about it. I'm going to just bring this up one time because I don't like talking about this motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
That Destiny motherfucker, the reason they be bringing him around is because they be saying that same thing, right? Or at least they are willing to argue with the other side and all that BS and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that's not really what they're doing. And some of them people, you got to be careful. They are feigning the acting like they're actually considering the argument and sitting there acting like they're debating you. Or really, it's just all performative, and they're just sitting there to make it you look stupid, right? They're not actually trying to engage with any of the arguments. So those are people you don't even bother to have a conversation with.
Yeah. I try to focus on having good conversations with intelligent people with good arguments and a good following too, because I think that's important. And not because I want to debate people with a lot of followers, but just because if you have a lot of followers, it means you've done something right. So that is a key part for me. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, man.
All right, yo, Hotep and Bill.
Oh, yeah. I got some Apex, too.
You got some Apex?
Try that out.
You got some already?
Yeah. I never tried
you got
it
before me.
So yeah, I'm.
Let me know. Let me know how you. Let me know what you think, man, and make sure you hit the gym with that shit. Make sure you do some push-ups or something, some pull-ups and shit. Let me know how you feel.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I got it. My energy got shot, last week or so. Let's see what this do. It'll probably help out.
Yeah, don't just sit down on the couch and be like it did nothing for you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not going to do anything for you unless you actually are doing something.
No, I got the regimen going. We gonna get going here.
All right, that's what's up. When I see you at the Grifties, you're gonna have muscles. It's gonna be love. We all gonna be bulky as shit.
Yeah, we're gonna be packing up.
Yes, sir. Pause. Hotep and Bill.
Pause. Hotep and Bill.
Love my people, man. Fucking love my people. Love my fucking nation. Damn, the internet's is talking about the debate. Matter of fact, let me share what I'm looking at with you. I just want to let's take a look, see what the internet's is saying. Then I'm gonna get out of here. It's Friday night. I ain't got no job, and I ain't got shit to do. May or may not stream chess tonight. I haven't streamed chess since a minute, except for our lessons. But mostly because I've been trying to get better and studying. All right, let's see. What are people saying in my mentions here? What does it say? I had no idea are involved with this flyer. He says, if you know who any of these people are, you should have your voting rights taken away. Really? I guess they're talking about, this must be an ad. Yeah, I think this might be an ad. No, actually, no, that's not the ad. That's something else. Thank you for having these debates. No doubt, Caro. Appreciate you. This is funny. Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here? Yeah, that's what I strive for. I strive to make sure that at the end of the day, if you came and you watched something on this channel, you walked away either smarter or you just, you had some gut-wrenching laughs. Hotep Jesus got that man on the ropes, throwing a damn towel, says Protocol. Shout out to Protocol. Appreciate you, bro. HJ, have you read? He said, you can't read. That's fucked up. He says, stop barking and walking off the camera and have a whole convo for the people. I'm sorry, yo, but listen, man. Mo frustrated me. When I went on, I said a whole bunch of shit, and this nigga went to perms are bad. I lost it. I was like, wait a second. That's what you got at everything I said? Perms are bad? Ladies and gentlemen, do black women even still get perms? I can't remember the last time I seen a black woman get a perm. There's so many products in those aisles that have nothing to do with perms. They talk about that Tatum clip. That Tatum clip is all my fault. I already said that. I already apologized to my audience about that. I was in the wrong. I came to debate and attack the person instead of the argument, and that's just not what you want to do. And now they talking about it. Morpheus said HJ not capping at all. He's talking about Bartolome de las Casas. This is very important. So when I was talking about the what he's saying, 1493 and all of that. And, so this guy, Bartolome de las Casas, born 1484, dies 1566. But you got to look at right here. A great letter. I always quote this. De las Casas to Saint Angel, I think it is. It's a letter. You got to read here we go. Here's another excerpt. But all of these explorers, quote unquote, here we got another one here. The writings. For example, I'll give you a good example, right? When we talk about historians, Mo said I was quoting white historians. And that's not what I was doing, because when I look at a text, I go look at what was originally said. And if you got my book, The Patriot Report, HotepJesus.com.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
I make sure to do a very detailed report of primary sources. For example, what exactly did Benjamin Franklin say the reason for the Revolutionary War was? What did Abraham Lincoln say about the civil rights? Fuck the historian and his interpretation. What were their words? What were the arguments by Justice Brennan or arguments by Thurgood Marshall in the Supreme Court? So I always want to go back to the primary sources. That's scholarship. You don't really want the secondary sources. You want the primary sources. So when we're talking about the Spanish conquest of the New World, you got to read the letters and the writings of De las Casas, Bartolome de las Casas. And that's what I was quoting there. That's just super important. It's just I don't know, must read material. Yeah, it definitely was a nigga moment. Marcus said this is one of the best debates. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. This was a quote from the debate. A counter racist. If there was no racism, and the only reason why I'm doing this with y'all now is because when I get off of here, I'm not checking Twitter. I'm about to go like chill and fucking kick it with the fam. So I want to look at my mentions now, and I'm dismissing the world until at least an hour or two from now. A counter racist. If there was no racism, what would you be? Moe replies, what you mean? He said, everything about you identifies yourself to something white people do. So what's your identity without white people? You don't have one. And then Moe says, I don't know because we haven't lived in that world. We're going to get Moe going to be Hotep before you know it. We're going to get him. Okay, he's Hotep adjacent now. We're going to get him. He going to be gang gang. He's going to put down that white supremacist talk. He's going to talk from a position of power. Okay. Memphis said, no, they get weaves, wigs, and locks. That's what I'm saying. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with black women wearing weave, wigs, and locks. Now let's get into the nuance of that conversation. There is something wrong with getting a bad weave and a bad wig. For example, you putting that glue on your head, we're going to have some problems, okay? Get you a good sew-in weave. A good sew-in weave, okay? Get you a good wig. High-quality wig. Maybe you're going to do your locks. Make sure you take care of your locks. Now, why do I say it's not bad? I go based upon precedent. One of them happens to be the holy teachings in the Tanakh or the Bible or even ancient Kemet. Ancient Kemet, women wore wigs. And this is a form of protection. This is a form of protection, protecting the scalp from the harshness of the elements. Certain Jewish sects, they don't allow their women to leave the house without their head covered. And one way Jewish women cover their hair is with a wig. This is biblical. This is based upon Holy Scripture. A woman should not leave the house without her head covered. So when I look at black women doing it, I'm like, is this part of the genetic code where they kind of know through ancestral lineage that their head should be covered? Maybe it's like super subconscious and genetic, right? So I don't fault them. Now, here's what I'll say. It's much different when you're living paycheck to paycheck and you got $500 on your head. Now we got a problem. You know, you living paycheck to paycheck and you got a $500 wig on. Your priorities are fucked up. So this isn't a beauty thing. This is a priorities. This is a financial issue. This is, what do they call it now? Financial literacy, I think, is the term everybody uses, right? This is a financial literacy issue. It has not much to do with the beauty, so to speak. He said, bruh, the tech they have with this hair stuff. Yo, listen, the tech they have with this hair stuff right now is crazy. I got this one black chick who started following me. And I'm always suspicious when black women follow me because black women usually don't follow me because I'm not in that, hate whitey thing, right? And she followed me and she had a huge following. So I followed her back and I started paying attention to her work. And what I noticed was she was making wigs and she's charging $500, $2,000 for these wigs. Okay, let's put that aside, right? But you know what I got to show it to you. When I saw this shit, I said, yo, this is power right here. This is power. Watch this. I'm going to show it to y'all. And some of you are going to catch it right away. Some of you are going to... Hold on. I'm going to show you how wigs is going to bring black power. Watch this. Hold on. Let me find it. I got to find it. Watch this. Y'all going to see it. right away. I got it right here. Here you go. I'm going to put this up on the screen. I want to show it to y'all. Look at this. Look, if you want to make wigs, look what you had to do. Shout out to Yoko. It's my homegirl. Look at this. Do you see what black women went full circle and now we're doing? Look at what they brought black women. Look what wig making has brought black women back to. This is the power that China is made of. Do y'all see what I see? Do y'all see what I see? What am I pointing at here? Can anybody tell me what I'm pointing at here? What's powerful about this image? What's powerful about this video? When I saw this, I was so inspired. I was so proud. It almost brought tears to my eyes when I saw this. Can anybody tell me what I'm seeing in this? There's a common theme in all these clips in this video. Can somebody tell me what it is? And this is what I was talking about earlier with Moe, this is how you build economics. This is how you build black power. Can anybody tell me what I see here? Production line? Yes, but go deeper. Go more specific. Go more specific. Industry? Get more specific. Manufacturing and sewing. 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 You know how they always say we lose recipes? When they took black women away from the sewing machine, we lost way more than recipes. We lost a whole means of production. We lost an economic base. So when I see the black women in-house manufacturing, you see this? This is what China was built off of. The sewing machine. So I said to myself, well, if the wig is bringing black women back to learning how to use the sewing machine, then nigga, let the wigs rock. Let the wigs rock. This is power. Women forgot how to use it. This is a class on how to use a sewing machine. Because women forgot how to use a sewing machine. When I went to school, sewing was a class. Raise your hand in the chat if in school you had to learn, it was one of your, I want to say this was middle school, 6th grade to 8th grade. One of these grades, we had a class that was a sewing class. I remember because we made a pillow. We made this little pillow. We also had wood shop. We had home ec. That was part of home ec. Using the sewing machine was part of home ec. Do they even do this stuff anymore? Home ec, yeah. You don't think the powers that be recognized the power of home ec and got rid of it? You don't think they saw the power of wood shop and got rid of it? So you could be dependent upon the machine? So you could be dependent upon the system? So you have, now the silly part is black women, not all black women, but women as a whole, the feminist agenda, I should say, will tell you, oh, we not doing no sewing. Oh, but you want that wig, don't you? You want to make money selling wigs? You're going to have to learn that sewing machine. So if it takes beauty to bring women back to the sewing machine, nigga, rock that motherfucking wig. Because that sewing machine is power. The farm is power, and the sewing machine is power. Then the next level, auto tech too, yeah. Then the next level is how to build a motherfucking sewing machine, right? That's the next level, because you don't want to be dependent upon somebody. And then the production of the metals that goes into it. It gets deep. It gets deep. But you got to start with the sewing machine. And if you have one, you can probably build another one. You can just take it apart and figure out how it's done and maybe even make a better sewing machine. But I had to show that to y'all because I wanted to show y'all what black power looks like. And black power is in the hands of black women that are that have a sewing machine. Men can sew. Look, I got a pair of pants I had made in Africa, and the tailor was a man. My grandfather was a tailor. He made clothes. That's what he did for a living. He was a landlord in Brooklyn, and he made clothes. This is what it is. We lost that art. We lost that art. You know? Defe said, damn, y'all still streaming? Yeah, I'm out of here now. You just missed it. We had plenty of shoemakers, tailors, seamsters, blacksmiths. As a people, we lost a lot of knowledge and power. We lost that and we went into the office buildings. We chose the cubicle over those things. We looked down on those jobs. But all those jobs were about production. They said diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we left those jobs to go fucking sit in Microsoft's office because we thought that was better. And now we're completely dependent upon a machine. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all tuning in, man. Y'all have been great. Shout out to Moe Factz. I appreciate him coming on the platform. I appreciate the fact that I have the ability to have a conversation with somebody of his stature and his status. I think that is absolute treasure. I love the way he looks at problems and situations, and he's got a lot of fucking amazing takes. You guys have heard him call in before, and he's said stuff that has absolutely blown my mind. So I really appreciate him being a part of this platform and being a part of the Hotep Jesus story, the Hotep story, and taking my attitude and handling that. I think he handled himself absolutely phenomenal during the debate. No lie. A lot of people would have went off the handle, and he didn't. He was very, very calm, and he was very mature, and he handled my emotional ups and downs very well. So my shout out goes out to Moe, man. I appreciate Moe, and that's not going to be the last time, The funny thing is, last thing I'll say is, Moe the only one that get me like that. He the only one that gets me like that. I don't know what it is, but Moe sure know how to get underneath my skin. He know how to just get me going. He the only one that's able to do that. And that's why I love arguing with him, because it's fun. It's just like, it's fun and it's challenging. Because usually it's just like, if I debate somebody, it's just like, this is too easy, But Moe is a challenge and it's fun, so I appreciate him, man. I'm out of here, man. Have a good weekend. We back on Monday with the Grift Report, live Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Stay well, be merry. Tell somebody in your family that you love them. And I'll see you Monday, man. Hotep and Bill.
Yeah, I can try to get that handled for you. Again, it's only my second day, so if you can give me a second. How I'm supposed to do this? How the hell are we supposed to do this by 5 o'clock?
I have no clue.
Is that possible? Hey, do you have the password to... How'd you finish all your work already?
He's not tapped in. How'd you get that done so quick?
They think they're gonna be able to budget that?
It's money. That's money right there. You understand? You guys finished your work 6 hours early?
He's not tapped in.